Mr. Sexton.
I can't get in. I'm so sorry. I can't get in. I've tried everything I know. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I'd like to call to order this regular school board meeting for February the 9th, 2023. Mr. Hill will not be with us tonight due to his daughter playing in her senior game for basketball, so family first. Ms. Johnson, will you please call the roll?
Kirby,
Here.
Mr. Daniels,
Here.
Mrs. Hairston,
Here.
Mr. Holbrook,
Here.
Dr. Mealy,
Here.
Mr. Nelms.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda? I have a motion by Mr. Nelms. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, I think I heard Dr. Mealy first, or second, or Ms. Harrison? Ms. Harrison, second. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Agenda is approved. Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
Madam Chairman, pursuant to the Code of Virginia 2.2.3711A18, 1, to discuss the assignment, appointment, performance, disciplining, and release of contract for specific school board employees. 8, for consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by the school board regarding a specific legal matter requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel.
I have a motion by Dr. Mealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Daniels. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? We're in closed session. Okay, do I have a motion to come out of closed session?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Nelms. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Holbrook. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Ms. Johnson, will you certify the closed meeting, please?
Whereas the Bedford County School Board has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. And where Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the Bedford County School Board hereby certifies that, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Okay, moving on to 3.01, staff reports. Newsela, Dr. Trosper.
Yes, Madam
Oh,
Chair.
I'm sorry, Dr. Bergen.
That's okay if I can just cue Dr. Trosper up. As I believe the board members are well aware, and our public certainly can and should be aware, our instructional leaders on our central support team, under Dr. Woodford's leadership and Dr. Trosper's leadership, carefully select instructional resources for our students and our teachers, including technology resources. Tonight, we're presenting some information about one of those resources, Newsela, at the request of several board members. Newsela is used primarily by our science and social studies teachers at the secondary level as a supplemental resource. Dr. Trosper is going to be sharing with you tonight how this web-based resource supports our curriculum and instruction in the Virginia Standards of Learning, and he'll be showcasing an example of an article, in case you're not familiar with what Newsela might look like, an article that would be very similar to what our students might be assigned to read. And then he'll also be sharing with you the administrative tools that are available to our central support team as well as to our principals and teachers to help guide our selection of content for students. So, Dr. Trosper, I appreciate your preparation for tonight, and we'll turn the presentation over to you.
Before you begin, Dr. Trosper, may I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Because our screen right here isn't working, and that's usually what I look at. Is what we have on our monitor exactly what will be here? There's
Yes,
been no
ma'am.
changes?
For you and the public, any presentation that's on these screens is available through the school division website on board docs. But we'll go ahead and try to get the screen working for you while Dr. Trosper
Okay, well,
starts.
thank you very much. I just wanted to confirm that.
All right, good evening. At the November board meeting, a member of the community expressed concerns about Newsela during public comment, and after hearing these concerns, members of the instruction team met with representatives of Newsela to discuss these concerns and solutions. So I'm presenting this tonight as an information item. To begin, it's important to understand that there are skills and standards teachers are required to implement. These skills and standards are outlined in the Virginia Standards of Learning, and students must demonstrate proficiency in order to achieve the goals outlined in the profile of a Virginia graduate. So I'm going to share some of these standards. The image on the left is a screenshot of a reading progression chart developed by the Department of Ed. Students are expected to progress in standards from the time they begin kindergarten to the time they graduate from high school. This chart guides our English language arts teachers in identifying the proper time to introduce the grade level reading skills, when they should expect students to be knowledgeable about the skill from previous instruction, and expects teachers to review these skills taught in previous grades. Some specific skills that teachers must prepare students for include interpret, evaluate, and analyze nonfiction text, analyze and evaluate auditory, visual, and written media messages, determine the purpose of media messages and its effect on the audience, describe possible cause and effect relationships between mass media coverage and public opinion trends, and evaluate sources, including editorial and feature stories, for the relationships between intent and factual content. On the screen, you see some social studies standards. Each social studies classroom has standards that require students to develop skills like critical thinking, identifying bias, distinguishing fact from opinion, and making evidence-based arguments from multiple sources. The standards on the left are from a grade 7 civics and economics class, and the standards on the right are from a grade 6 U.S. History 1 class. So in civics, the standard reads, the students will demonstrate skills for historical thinking, geographical analysis, economic decision-making, and responsible citizenship. And I'll just highlight a few. In strand D, it says to determine the accuracy and validity of information by separating fact and opinion and recognizing bias. Strand E says constructing informed evidence-based arguments from multiple sources. In U.S. history, similarly, there's standards that would repeat throughout the course, and so the examples I have is that the student will demonstrate skills for historical thinking, geographical analysis, economic decision-making, and responsible citizenship by, if you look at strand A, analyzing and interpreting artifacts and primary and secondary sources to understanding events in United States history. And then strand E says comparing and contrasting historical, cultural, and political perspectives in United States history. And just one more example, we have computer science standards. They are intended to be integrated into every core subject. Standard 8.10 says the student will evaluate online and print sources for appropriateness and for credibility. So for your reference, the image on the slide is a screenshot of this standard and its progression from kindergarten to 12th grade. So to support teachers in designing lessons and developing these skills, the instruction team researches and purchases instruction tools and supports teachers in implementing them. While schools do have the autonomy to purchase their own instructional resources, the division does make some programs available for all students. So I'm going to be sharing with you what Newsela is, how Bedford County utilizes Newsela, its value to teachers as an instructional resource, and supports offered by Newsela that allow us to control some of the content. Newsela is an instructional tool that has been available to Bedford County teachers for many years. Specifically, it takes content from hundreds of news sources and makes it accessible to Bedford County students. Students are provided opportunities to read content-integrated real-world text in a variety of reading levels. New content is added daily. Content includes current events, content-specific informational text, opinion editorials, and other nonfiction texts. Newsela provides cross-curricular support, so teachers of different content areas can incorporate other content area standards. And the articles in Newsela have multiple lexile levels. They correlate with the standards from Virginia. There are quizzes, customizable writing prompts, and students have annotation capabilities. While the division has encouraged use of Newsela resources, schools and individual teachers have the flexibility to determine how much they use it. English, science, computer science, and social studies have added Newsela text sets specific to topics in our division curriculum guides. Newsela has worked with the instruction team to align content to our standards for these subject areas. We began emphasizing use of Newsela during and after the pandemic to address learning loss, especially in the area of literacy. Bedford County teachers have participated in optional trainings given by Newsela over the past few years to support use of the program. Some of the topics that they've been trained in include meaningful social studies instruction that emphasizes inquiry, perspective taking, through discussion and analysis of a variety of sources, formative feedback that's delivered in a timely and targeted manner, and teaching literacy across the curriculum. And what this does, it promotes comprehension, critical thinking, and communication skills. The instruction team meets regularly with representatives from Newsela to review usage data. Newsela is a resource that is heavily used in our classrooms. As an example of how Newsela is used, there are 3 tables on this slide. These charts measure the number of articles viewed by students, the number of annotations created, and the total quizzes completed. The charts compare the 21-22 school year to the 22-23 school year. These tables were compiled as recently as January of 23. The yellow bars on the left represent usage from the last school year, and the pink bars on the right represent usage from the fall of 2022. So as you can see, in half a school year, our students have surpassed usage from the previous school year. Supervisors from the instruction team have put a great deal of effort into promoting resources from Newsela, embedding resources in our curriculum guides, and providing professional development with teachers. As the usage data shows, our teachers have used it at increasing rates over the past 2 to 3 years. As an instructional tool, Newsela provides unique value to teachers in Bedford County. When evaluating instructional resources, the instruction team considers many factors, including alignment with the curriculum and effectiveness of the tools provided. The instruction team has researched other options and have concluded that as an instructional resource, the benefits Newsela provide cannot be replicated by any other program. As I shared, there are specific standards and skills that students must learn before they graduate. Newsela supports teaching of these standards, again, for English language arts, science, computer science, and social studies. Moreover, students in Virginia learn 21st century skills like information literacy, media literacy, technology literacy, and flexibility in thinking. Tools from Newsela help our teachers create learning tools to move students towards proficiency in these standards. Newsela promotes cross-curricular content, which is an effective way to make learning relevant for students. Newsela provides leveled reading resources and nonfiction literature, which is a valuable resource for literacy instruction. Teachers and reading specialists will tell you providing reading material at a student's instructional level is a valuable way to develop not only content knowledge, but to improve their reading level. Students must be able to read and comprehend what they are reading to improve literacy skills across all subject areas. Nonfiction has been identified by research as a valuable resource for literacy instruction. Research shows that nonfiction introduces students to a vast array of topics across subject areas, allowing them to build knowledge, to expand their vocabulary, and to experience different perspectives. Nonfiction helps students contextualize primary source evidence, offers multiple perspectives on current and historic events, and shares new scientific discoveries. Most young readers, research shows, actually enjoy nonfiction, and many prefer it. And with an overabundance of information, research shows that with this increase of misinformation, there is a need for greater access to nonfiction scientific literature, as well as rigorous instruction on how to critically evaluate sources. Additionally, Newsela complements the Virginia Department of Ed curriculum by providing text sets and companion collections, and articles from Newsela reinforce this content. So on this screen is an example of a cross-curricular lesson that was created by the instruction team, and it's available for a Bedford County teacher to use in a life science class. So for example, Standard 6C in life science says the student will investigate and understand that populations in a biological community interact and are interdependent. Key ideas include symbiotic relationships, support the survival of different species. There's a companion piece provided by Newsela that's called Symbiosis, the Art of Living Together. It's been linked to our division curriculum guide. So teachers have the option to assign the article based on a student's independent reading level. And while reinforcing content from the life science standards, they also can reinforce English standards. So in this lesson, for example, English Standard 7.6c says the student will make inferences and draw logical conclusions using explicit and implied textual evidence. Making inferences is a skill that can be challenging for many students, and applying it in a science class provides additional practice and promotes a culture of literacy in our schools. These are screenshots of the same article I just referenced on the previous slide. They're from the same article, but they're written at different instructional levels to allow students to better understand what they are reading. The one on the left is written at a Lexile level of 530, which is a third grade reading level. The screenshot on the right is written at a level of 970, which is a sixth grade reading level. Students in classrooms have a wide variety of reading abilities, and differentiating content based on student abilities is a valuable way to learn content and skills necessary for mastering course standards. So again, there are resources that might level reading. We are not aware of any that do so extensively as Newsela, nor those that offer the volume of the materials available to support content instruction. But after concerns were expressed, members of the team did meet with representatives from the company. They discussed options for content controls and are available to teachers and our division staff. As always, we expect our teachers to review content of any resource given to students to determine if it is appropriate for the age of students and the content being taught. However, in Newsela, students are limited by what they see when they search for a topic. There's an automatic filter where content is organized into grade bands to ensure students searching for content do not find content that might be developmentally inappropriate. There are 4 article maturity levels: lower elementary, upper elementary, middle school, and high school. If an elementary student was searching for an article to read, the results will take into account the class grade the student is associated with, and the search results will present only content that is at that maturity level. So for an example, if a 5th grade student searches for Abraham Lincoln, they'll be presented with upper elementary and lower elementary articles only. Articles that do not contain one or both of these maturity levels would not be displayed. And then finally, teachers do have the ability to hide content from their students on Newsela by using the hide button on the article level if they believe an article is inappropriate for their students. With Newsela, students have access to current events and articles about specific topics. For editorial articles, Newsela has internal controls to filter content provided to students. All Sides Media is a third-party bias rating that Newsela uses to help identify different perspectives in an effort to help students and help them get a full picture of what they're reading. For the news section, Newsela claims to seek centrist news sources, so when selecting political content, articles come from a variety of sources. They present multiple sides of an issue, logical arguments, and opinions. Newsela has an editorial team that initiates extra rounds of fact-checking and editing on content that they see as potentially complex. So this could involve issues such as addiction or violence. Content that is published that supports media literacy and encourages students to do their own fact-checking, and it searches for bias. The chart on the right shows how All Sides rates media sources by bias. On the left, the chart shows the sources that Newsela would use through an internal rating system. They create a reliability score based on the content of the article, and a score of 40, which is an internal score, represents an article that are rated as politically centrist. Newsela only publishes articles with the reliability score of plus or minus 10 of that centrist rating content. There's another control feature offered by Newsela. It's a content advisory tool where the division can flag articles deemed inappropriate. So with this tool, we're able to take action and communicate to teachers about content that the division believes is inappropriate, that does not align to our curriculum, and content that might be under review due to community concerns. If the content is flagged by this advisory tool, they immediately see this message reminding them that this content may violate their district's policies or curricular goals. Administrators can actually request reporting on which pieces of content were overridden and assigned, and they can acquire a list of the most popular articles assigned or printed by teachers and the most popular articles read by students. The final content control that Newsela employs, if the article is an opinion-based article, then students are presented with an article offering the opposite opinion. So as an example of how this might work, there's an article on the screen that poses the question, should Olympics have a permanent home? Students would read the article and hear arguments for and against the answer to that question. So in the top right, there's a screenshot of a statement in favor of the question, followed by supporting details. In this case, the opinion is that billions spent on the Olympic Games could help people. As the student continues to read the article, an opposing position is taken. In this case, the counterpoint is that hosting the Olympics promotes national pride. Then students would read further to learn why the author took this position. So the instruction team believes that Newsela is a valuable instructional tool because it supports teaching of our 21st century skills and standards for English language arts, science, computer science, and social studies. It promotes cross-curricular content. It helps with leveled reading and nonfiction literature, which are valuable resources for literacy instruction, and it aligns resources with our curriculum by providing text sets and companion pieces. The instruction team is ready to use content controls that are available to us to help us address any concerns that might be raised by community members, by the board, or anyone else. So at this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Dr. Trusper. I appreciate you doing all that work. When we brought this up, obviously there was definitely concerns from the community. And then when I started looking into it, I had some concerns as well. It's good to know that there are now controls and guardrails that can be put into place. It's my understanding that we found out recently about these guardrails and controls, so I'm glad that we can do that. Can each member of the board here get a login to Newsela so that we can take a look at that, and just to make sure that it's, just to explore it and see what's going on. There definitely are benefits to having this. I would ask, what % of classrooms in each subject that have access to Newsela are using it on what we would consider a regular basis? I'd like to see the percentage of usage going on by, each science and English.
And I can certainly follow up with an exact percent. We have looked at the number of active users, and it's I would say over 50%.
So it's going up, but yeah, I mean, again, 50% based on the cost of it, though. Like, if we're paying X amount for it, and it's a great tool, I would expect that number would be higher than 50%. So I'd like to see that. One of the things that I did have concerns, and anybody can go on and look at this, and I think the things that I brought up, I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, would probably be a concern to, I would say, 95% of the people in here. It probably does not meet where we are. But if we can put guidelines in place that can stop that stuff, keep our kids on task, I think that could be a good thing. One of the concerns I did have is, I believe in some of the most trusted things they had was like CNN, New York Times, Washington Post. I'm glad that we can go ahead and make sure there's pro and con. I think it's important for everybody to get both sides of a story and to be able to make their own conclusion versus having one fed to them. Let's see. With these controls and guardrails, the next question I'll ask, or the last question I'll ask, is, are you confident that we will utilize these guardrails and controls?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. If that's the direction the board wants us to go, and we certainly can. Probably a good place to start is in our curriculum guides. We already have articles that are companion pieces to subjects that are being taught, and we can encourage our teachers to start there, and then if concerns are raised, then we can absolutely implement those to block or hide articles.
I think that's right. I think we want to keep it very focused, and we don't want to get into the weeds in either direction, and focus on making sure that we're just focused on what our curriculum and what our standards in Virginia are.
Sure.
Thank you.
Ms. Harrison?
Thank you, Dr. Trosper, for your presentation. With Newsela, and you may have shared this with us already, but if you would just refresh my memory, is this particular program something that the Virginia Department of Education has endorsed and supported?
I'm not sure about that. I'd have to look into that and get back to you.
Yeah, I'd like to know whether they support this particular program. And also, the other question that I have is the control that you mentioned, you all having that capabilities. So have you utilized any of the control thus far since you've been using it?
We've explored it, not extensively. Once we found out about the presentation, we wanted to kind of see what guidance we were going to get. So very minimally, I will say. But one thing I will say is that representatives from Newsela are as responsive and helpful as any company I've worked with.
Wonderful.
And so if we do need to troubleshoot, they have been very helpful. So I would anticipate the same as we start to use it more.
Would you be able to share with me those areas that you have looked at and limited?
Sure.
I'd like to have that information. Thank you.
I don't think it's much, but
That's fine.
But as we progress, we can be transparent about that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Well, Ms. Harrison, are you done?
I am.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Meadoway.
Okay. Again, thank you, Dr. Trosper, for this information. With regard to these controls, do you have any idea who is going to be allowed to do this? My concern would be that there will be a group of parents who want very specific controls. There's also going to be a group of parents who would want their children to have broad access. So have we thought at all about how we're going to come to a happy medium there? Or can it be done per child?
Well, we're able to upload, we can create a file and upload into Newsela from the district level, and we can say articles with this subject matter we would not allow to teach, and so a teacher would get a warning if they were to try to access that article that says this is inappropriate, as your division says. On an individual level, teachers can hide those articles. But what I would say is if there is some concerns about content, then we do have the policies in place that this board has enacted and we've had for a while, that parents just need to express those concerns. If they want to request an alternate resource, they certainly can. I think that's one of the benefits also of Newsela is there's plenty of material out there if they would like to go in a different direction.
So all students would have whatever it is their parents feel is appropriate for their child in terms of access to specific pros and cons or ideas or thoughts.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. The other thing I wanted to ask was, as with any resource, this certainly sounds like it has some interesting features to it. Do we have any information about how we would assess what kind of impact this would have with students? Certainly, you said the usage has gone up, but because usage has gone up does not necessarily correlate to improved student achievement. So is there any way or any thought or access in this program that we would we could connect to say this has in fact helped. I mean, I personally think like the different reading levels, Lexile levels is great. That's always very difficult to find, but overall, how would we know that this is having a positive impact for our students?
Well, there are quizzes that give us data on how well the students are comprehending it. What we can do is, I showed student usage data. We do have teacher usage data also that tells us active users, what classrooms, what subjects. So that's going to be really interesting. One thing we've noticed is since the pandemic, the usage has taken off. I just think teachers have found this is really useful for what they're trying to recover in terms of literacy. And so as we're seeing more and more usage, we're going to have to look at that. And that's what we do as a team as we're evaluating and making recommendations for resources. We want to know if it's working. And so it's going to be really interesting to see scores and usage and see if there's correlations there. And I don't know if Newsela provides that specifically, but we certainly will be looking into it.
And I would assume then too, you would report to the board on a fairly regular basis as you all figure this out, how it is working.
Sure.
Thank you. I mean, are you all interested in that, how it's working and the results?
Madam Chairman, I do have one more question. Okay. I was just curious also, Dr. Trosper, if other surrounding school divisions, to your knowledge, are using this program.
I have not asked about that, but I do meet with regional instruction leaders regularly, so I could certainly pose that question and find out.
Actually, I have a question. I always try to bring up the rear, let everyone else ask the questions first. But how long have we had Newsela?
We've had it for a very long time. We actually, when we looked into it, we found accounts for Body Camp and Thaxton. So that, if that tells you anything, how long it's been. I don't know that it was as widely used as the last few years. And what I suspect happened is a lot of organizations made their materials free during COVID, and I think our teachers used it and found it really beneficial to them. And so once they used that, then last year we started to see usage take off, and then this year even more so. So it's been around for a long time. I remember when I was teaching here at Liberty High School, I left in 2012, it was available. Not sure the exact date, but it's been a while.
And I will say, if I could just add, Newsela offers teachers free accounts. So teachers can access the resource. They just can't get all the bells and whistles we get with actually purchasing a division-wide subscription. So the quizzes, a lot of the extra controls and things are not available if the teachers are using the free version. So our teachers, as they do with lots of curriculum, they do a lot of looking on their own to support what they're teaching in the classroom. So a lot of them have had free accounts for a very long time. So.
But you said a couple of things. You said, one, that they were very nice to work with and very attentive. And you also said that you're still learning things with the program. Do they offer a training? I mean, has everyone been properly trained on this to learn what's there, what's available, what the bells and whistles are that we're paying for, and how to set those filters?
Sure. Over the last few years, we've done a few trainings that I referenced in the presentation, but that's more about instruction and content. Every supervisor has a program or set of programs that they oversee, and in this case, it's Dr. Eisenhower. And so she's already gone through that training to learn how to do the division controls. Once we start to use them more and more, we will start to train our teachers and work with Newsela to provide that. So one thing that they have shared with us is that there have been concerns expressed, and they're a nationwide company, and so they have implemented these controls in response to those concerns. And so they're willing to offer that. They're a business like anyone else. They've got to be responsive to their consumers. And so again, I've been very impressed with their customer service, the amount of time that they spend with us. So I've found that whatever we ask for, they generally are willing to provide.
And I noticed that when you presented it, the main filter you showed us was based on grade level. What other filters are there, say possibly by keywords?
That we can do that. So if we were to upload a file that says, if we pick a keyword that we would deem as controversial, then we could upload articles under that category, and that would block those articles. That's my understanding from meeting with the representative.
Any more questions for Dr. Trosper? Thank you so much. Okay, moving on to 3.02, second quarter data. Dr. Berger?
Yes, Madam Chair. So we're going to be sharing with you tonight some division level results from our second quarter benchmark data. And before I turn this presentation over to the instruction team, I just want to let you know how personally disappointed I am in these results. And as I've been meeting with principals and talking about these results with principals and teachers, they're disappointed too. But we all understand, as I believe you understand, that this data is further indicator for us of the impact on the interruptions to instruction that have occurred over the last several years, the impact on children and their learning, which builds from year to year. And we know we have our work cut out for us. Let me also share that our assessment calendar for this year did not initially include this mid-year, some of these mid-year division-created benchmark assessments, because all school divisions were informed by VDOE that this year VDOE would be implementing 3 rounds of state testing, a beginning of the year assessment, a middle of the year assessment, and then a year-end assessment. We're all familiar with end-of-year assessments. They've been for decades. Last year there was a beginning of a year and end of year. This year the mid-year assessment was introduced for the first time, and we were under the impression or led to believe that we were going to have actionable data that we could look at classroom, school level, grade level, content level, so we could make some analysis and have some actionable data. We still don't. Now, students know how they did on the assessment, and their teacher knows how each individual student did. So there is value in that for the student and the teacher, but there isn't for the teacher does not have a report across their classroom, nor does the principal have one across their school. So when that became clear to me, I asked our instructional team to insert into the assessment expectations this mid-year benchmark data. So what that effectively meant was our kids were just double assessed. They were required to take an assessment from the VDOE, which we certainly complied with, and then we shortly thereafter used our own division level created highly rigorous mid-year benchmark assessments. So this may have resulted in some students having assessment fatigue. I was certainly concerned about the loss on instructional time with having to pause direct instruction to give these assessments, but I know the value of benchmark assessment data for the teacher and for the principal, so I felt like it was something which we needed to do. As I've been looking at this data and speaking with principals and speaking with teachers, I'm also hearing again the impact of the turnover of teachers, particularly content area teachers at the secondary level. We lost a lot of content area expertise, so we have teachers who are early in their teaching careers teaching this content. We have new standards that are introduced this year by VDOE. We have new instructional materials which we purchased in science and in language arts, and with those new materials we have new assessments that our students and our teachers have not seen before and are using this year. We've also observed through these results, I've observed, the team has observed, and principals have commented that our teachers are not pacing with these division level pacing guides. So these assessments were developed according to a pacing schedule, and some teachers may have been teaching some standards out of order and in order that was their preference. So there's a misalignment between the assessment and the instruction that have been provided. However, that sounds like a mountain of excuses, and I don't want that to come across as excuses. They clearly show an urgency for me that we need mid-year correction. Our teachers and our principals have had these results for about a month now. It is my expectation, always has been, that our principals are aware of the results by classroom and that they're having those discussions with their teachers through their own leadership teams, and that they're disaggregating the data to make those mid-year corrections and then making the needed changes in pacing with instruction. We will give a third round of benchmark testing just prior to spring break so that we can see how our students, what their mastery is on all of the content, before we have then those closing weeks to shore up any necessary remediation before we get into year-end SOL testing. So with that as background, I would like to ask our instruction team to take you through the presentation, which is on the screen and available to the public on board docs.
Dr. Bergen. So this evening, I'm going to share student achievement data from the first semester, as Dr. Bergen said. Real quickly, last year the board approved the strategic framework for Bedford County Public Schools, and our first goal is that Bedford County Schools will maintain high academic expectations and support all students in attaining foundational knowledge, transferable skills, and post-graduation plans. Data from the first semester shows that Bedford County students are continuing this process of recovering learning that was interrupted during the pandemic. There has been some improvements, but there's still foundational gaps that need to be addressed. And that's why our strategic framework was written as a multi-year plan. Part of this plan for improving student achievement is frequent and ongoing assessments that provide data that can be used to guide instruction. A division assessment schedule, as Dr. Bergen said, was developed over the summer with principal input, so we have common data points to analyze. The schedule identifies specific tests and testing windows that are required for schools during the year. In addition to these division assessments, we expect our teachers to conduct assessments in the classroom and use their data to guide instruction. When they use data from the division and classroom assessments, teachers are able to develop whole group, small group, and individualized instruction plans. In these settings, they can teach, reteach, and remediate critical information. But what is most important is that we are responding to what the students are telling us from the data. So as I share the scores, we certainly acknowledge that some of what you will see is very concerning. While we want you to know, and while we want to know pass rates and the number of students on reading level, what is most important is that we know that we learn from quarterly assessments is specifically what students still need help with as we prepare for end-of-year testing. So, one of the things that we will learn, though, just for your references, we have benchmarks, and they tell us how students are progressing towards mastery of the grade level content standards, and they tell us what students still need the help with. We do have the DOE required growth assessments. It's another source of data. Didn't quite provide what we thought it was going to provide, but we do have individual student performance by question reports. So teachers do know what individual student strengths and weaknesses are, so they can target those as they remediate skills. PALS and Savas growth measures tell our teachers how students are progressing towards their grade level reading skills or standards. So there's a variety of data available where we can make instruction decisions. Keep in mind, as Dr. Bergen said, these mid-year assessments can be impacted by any number of factors like staffing or if the teacher is on the pacing guide. We certainly will not make excuses as an instruction team when students are not performing, and we expect our staff work with students to do what is necessary to help them find success. However, there are some factors that might provide some explanations about why the scores look the way they do. Once SOL testing is complete, we will look for correlations between SOL scores and benchmark pass rates to determine the quality of our testing. So I'll look at some of the division data, and we'll start with English Language Arts. In our elementary schools, PALS assessments are given in the fall, at mid-year, and will be given at the end of the school year. The criteria for meeting the benchmark increases significantly from the fall to mid-year, so the percentage of students meeting benchmarks is usually lower than the fall and at the end of year assessments. So what the data is telling us is that about 2/3 of our students in grades K through 5 are reading on grade level, but about 1/3 are not. That means there's a lot of work to do. These scores are not unexpected, but there still is a lot of work to do for sure. PALS data shows us which students need help, and they tell us what skills need to be recovered. And so the number of students meeting grade level benchmarks for mid-year PALS in students in grades kindergarten through 3rd grade at 66%, and in grades 4 and 5 at 69%. So those are the number of students that met the benchmark for mid-year PALS. Students who are not on grade level receive an additional 2.5 hours of reading remediation each week. After looking at division scores, alphabet recognition was identified as the weakest area in kindergarten. Spelling is a concern for students in grades 3 and 4. Word recognition in isolation was the weakest area for grades 1, 2, and 5. In addition to PALS assessments, mid-year benchmarks were written by division staff and given to students in grades 3 through 5. So keep in mind that students in grade 3 through 5 just took the PALS assessment, they took the Department of Ed growth assessment, and then the division created benchmark. That is a lot of testing. It probably impacted their performance. But again, the data says about 2/3 to 3/4 of our students are progressing where they should be, and the rest are just going to need more support. So these students had the following pass rates: in 3rd grade, 62%, 4th grade, 76%, and 5th grade, 73%. Our secondary students in English have had a beginning of the year, mid-year, and end of the year assessments in Savas, which is our new secondary reading curriculum. These assessments measure growth throughout the year, so scores reflect student progress towards where they should be by the end of the school year. Note that students in grades 3 through 8 did not take the beginning of the year assessment since they took the Department of Education growth assessments. Students in grades 9 through 11 were not required to take these assessments, so this is their second time taking the SAVAS growth measure. We have found that the more students take a test, their performance improves over time. They're familiar with the format of the test, the type of questions asked, and then feedback we received from teachers was that SAVAS, the questions were pretty rigorous. So with that in mind, the percentage of students showing adequate growth according to SAVAS growth measure is in 6th grade 38%, 7th grade 55%, 8th grade 46%, in English 9 55%, but they actually improved 14 points from the fall. In English 10 at 53% were where they needed to be, but they actually improved 8%. And then English 11 was 63%, but they improved by 15% from the fall. As you can see, middle school continues to be an area of concern. We're looking forward to comparing student growth from mid-year to the end of the year growth measures. But on a positive note, grades 9 through 11 increased their scores from the beginning of the year to the mid-year. 11th grade specifically had the highest pass rate in the fall and the largest increase from fall to the mid-year. And since students in 11th grade take the end-of-course SOL exam, we believe these scores represent a positive trend in helping students meet state benchmarks for accreditation purposes. So turning to math, in elementary schools, students in grades 1 and 2 take the IXL diagnostic data. This shows the percentage of students on grade level in math. Students in the division showed an 8% growth overall from the first to the second quarter. Then we had mid-year benchmarks, which are written by our division staff. Scores for grades 3 through 5 had the following pass rates. Grade 3 was a 78%, grade 4 77, and grade 5 78. Now, as we review the secondary math data, again, middle school remains a concern, as it has all year. Our teachers' ability to align their instruction with the pacing guides has had an impact on scores, as Dr. Bergen referenced. The gaps in learning over the last few years have caused teachers to spend a lot of instructional time going back and reteaching content and skills. Just as an example, we have 8th grade students who experienced school closures in 5th grade. They were virtual or blended for 6th grade. And since then, data has shown they just need a lot of support in developing these foundational skills. So teachers are trying to go back and remediate still while teaching new content. And that's a challenge to stay on those pacing guides, again, which probably impacted some of these scores. But at the secondary level, benchmark scores had the following pass rates. Math 6 was 77%, Math 7 50%, Math 8 39%. Moving into 9th grade and some 8th grade, Algebra 1 had a 78% pass rate, Geometry was 58%, and Algebra 2 was 89%. All students will take SOLs in grades 6 through 8 for math. All students will take Algebra 1 SOLs. Some students will take Geometry and Algebra 2, but not necessarily all, so keep that in mind. As we turn to science, remember that all of our science courses are teaching new standards this year. This is the first year we've adopted the 2018 standards with our new pacing guides. Generally, the first year of SOL testing scores are just lower. We've seen that repeatedly as we've adopted new standards. Our physical science teachers specifically identified this benchmark as an extremely rigorous exam. So we do anticipate there may not be a strong correlation between the benchmark scores and SOL scores because of this feedback. One thing I did want to note is the board recently improved our program of studies, and that actually changes the middle school science sequence. The physical science SOL is actually meant to be taken in 8th grade, and it covers content taught in grades 6 through 8. So essentially it's 3 years of data or content covered in 8th grade. Our students have been taking physical science in 2nd grade, so we've been putting 3 years of material into 2. And a lot of the feedback that we have received is that's just too tough, especially with where we are now. So moving forward, we think we've addressed that with our program of studies. Some schools did indicate after the fact they weren't following pacing guides, and this was by choice. This has been corrected. And so it certainly had a negative impact on scores, but we do not anticipate that being a concern moving forward. Again, we have corrected this, and we've made it clear that we're expected to be on division pacing guides, but biology would be the area where they were impacted most. And then finally in 6th grade, this is a new course for Bedford County teachers, so this is a new curriculum framework, and that's going to make a difference in scores. So I'm going to share mid-year benchmark scores for grades 4 through 8 in science. The pass rates for grade 4 were 59%. For grade 5 was 77%. In science 6, 54%. Physical science 44%. Earth science 62%. In grades 9 through 12, the pass rates were in biology 44% and then chemistry 62%. So fifth grade science, on a positive note, performed the highest. That is the subject that's tested in elementary school, or that's the grade level. We're obviously very concerned about biology and physical science, since all students will be tested in those subjects as well. And so a little bit later, I'll discuss the work our team is doing to address these concerns. And then finally, social studies. As we continue to recover this interrupted learning, we are working with elementary schools to adjust their schedules so there's adequate time to teach social studies and science. There's so many gaps still in math and reading that it really is a difficult balance to try to cover all the core content and find dedicated time for these two subject areas. All three subjects that you see on the screen are going to be SOL tested. In the other history courses, they take locally developed alternate assessments. And so our mid-year benchmark scores for grades 4 through 8 had the following pass rates. In Virginia Studies, which is in 4th grade, that's 71% pass rate. Civics and Economics is 7th grade. That's a 53% pass rate. And then World History 1 is a 66% pass rate. After looking at the data, the team has identified drawing conclusions from primary sources and higher order thinking skills beyond just the factual memorization we often see in history. Those are the biggest areas in need of improvement. So now I want to turn and just talk about what we're doing and our plans to address these scores. As the instruction team has analyzed this mid-year data, we have implemented a number of supportive measures. The content supervisors and myself are meeting with principals to discuss the supports that are needed. Principals are aware that the data, and they're communicating their individual school needs. If the team sees a concern and we have not heard from principals, we initiate these conversations to verify that they are being addressed. Our schools are tiered by level of support, and we have an internal system where we monitor that. And the intensity of support is determined by a variety of factors, but obviously the most important would be student achievement. So our Tier 1 supports are supports given to all schools. These include pacing guides, a division assessment calendar, check-ins, resource creation, anything like that where we can respond to school-specific requests. And again, these are available to all schools. Schools with Tier 2 supports get Tier 1 supports, but they also get additional monitoring, supervision, and supports. And then finally, Tier 3 schools, they would get Tier 1 and Tier 2 supports along with very intensive levels of support and visibility by the instruction team. So just a few examples of division level support. In collaboration with our special education department, we have offered co-teaching training to all secondary schools and to some elementary. It's been offered to elementary and some have accepted that as we move forward and have participated. The team has conducted walkthroughs to provide feedback on specific areas impacting individual schools, especially those with level 2 and 3 indicators on our school quality profiles. The instruction team meets weekly. We also have a representative from our special ed team which meets, and we plan and we discuss and we monitor those supports that are being offered. The instruction team has created tools to assist in guiding discussions about data that we've given to administrators, teachers, and leadership teams. And then each school conducts a mid-year analysis of school improvement plans. Dr. Cornett and I review each plan and we offer feedback. And for select schools, a team consisting of Dr. Woodford, Dr. Calvert, Dr. Cornett, Mrs. Robinson, and Ms. Jennings and I, we all meet with principals and they report on school improvement plans and we give feedback on those reports. And then finally, Dr. Cornett and I give mid-year performance reviews for our newest principals. Specifically, after assessments are given, the instruction team meets and we develop support plans for each core subject area. So just a few supports that we're giving in English language arts. For our elementary schools, professional development has been provided to all of them to address phonemic awareness and phonics weakness. That's something that pops up repeatedly as something in need of improvement. Dr. Eisenhower has held data meetings in November and in February with our reading specialists to talk about what the data shows and to address weaknesses. Dr. Eisenhower will meet in March with our Title IX schools, and we will look at purchases for instruction materials used with Title I funds, and we're going to look at how that impacted student achievement. There's a letters training, that is not a typo, that is spelled correctly. Letters training is something given by the Department of Education where a small team from the division is attending now. The plan is to roll that out to reading specialists. And this is training that aligns our practice with the Virginia Literacy Act, which will be implemented next school year. So the instruction team, moreover, is forming an instruction literacy team. They're researching best practices and will ultimately create a division-wide literacy plan. In our secondary schools, we have co-teaching walkthroughs and professional development, again, have been conducted. We're specifically looking at schools where students with disabilities are just not performing where they should be. Dr. Eisenhower continues to meet with department chairs to discuss the SAVAS implementation and data collection. We still believe that's a solid curriculum, and if it's implemented faithfully, we think we will start to see results. And then finally, we have writing samples that are collected each quarter for all grades. And Dr. Eisenhower, again, has been meeting with department chairs to discuss writing progression and local writing assessments. In math, just like English language arts, we have lots of co-teaching walkthroughs. We are giving feedback. We're providing professional development. Any schools who has requested that, and then as a follow-up to trainings, we are doing walkthroughs to monitor how they're implementing some of those skills. Specifically, every school that went through an academic review, we did offer walkthroughs for those schools, and we are looking at co-teaching practices. Co-teaching walkthroughs are actually scheduled for all 3 of our high schools during the third quarter, and this is going to be Ms. Bowyer, our supervisor of math and gifted, along with Mrs. Palmer, who is our supervisor of secondary special education. Mrs. Bowyer has met with each secondary school principal or lead teacher to discuss algebra readiness funds, and she did this back in September, October, as we continue to monitor how the students are being remediated. Ms. Bowyer has done instructional walkthroughs in every single math classroom from grades K through 12. She did that during the second quarter, so that feedback we hope starts to be implemented and we start to see progress. She's also exploring additional curriculum resources that targets algebra skills, specifically Algebra 1. And then finally, she's creating SOL review materials like daily warm-ups, spiral reviews, and those actually go back and target skills that have shown to be weak, and they're just brought back daily as a review with students. And these are specifically in our Math 7 and 8, because again, that's where we're seeing a lot of concerns in our middle schools. So she's working on supporting those teachers with resource creation. And then talk about science for just a minute. The following supports have or will be provided. Mrs. Kapler has continued to provide support in implementing the new textbook resources that we adopted last year. At the beginning of the year, she provided training and professional development for teachers. It was required. Now we've offered optional trainings if they feel like they need extra support. She's facilitated work sessions, collaborations among our science teachers. I've heard a number of good and positive comments from our science teachers in elementary schools about the new curriculum. So we feel good about where we are with that implementation. She's also provided support in analyzing that data. She's going to specific schools where the data shows it's needed. She's assisting in creating and delivering targeted remediation by those teachers within classes and hoping to address those student weaknesses. She plans frequent walkthroughs in our science classrooms, and she provides feedback to teachers. Typically, they're scheduled based on requests, but really we're looking at the scores and we're trying to be strategic and go into schools where we're seeing that supports are needed the most. Ms. Kapler's creating daily review spiral sheets for 4th grade. In 5th grade, they're actually tested in 4th and 5th grade, so we want to make sure those students are continuing to have reviews on the content from 4th grade. And then finally, she's creating chapter tests from our Five Ponds Press, which is our new curriculum, putting them in our new testing platform, Master Connects, and we're able to get a lot of good data from that resource. And then the last area I'll talk about is social studies. So the beginning of the year, we noted that we had quite a few teachers that were new to the profession, and so we provided quickly professional development, specifically in Virginia Studies and World History, after looking at last year's SOL scores. And so Mrs. DeLong-Moorfield has kept closely with those teachers, has visited those classrooms. She's offered support to departments in analyzing data, assistance in creating and delivering targeted remediation to address student weaknesses. School-specific PD has been provided. One of the things we're seeing is alignment of content, especially in our science and social studies, is not been where it should be. And so we're trying to continue to encourage that and develop our teachers' ability to do that to make sure we get the results that we need. She's also offered professional development on developing grade-level appropriate lessons, writing meaningful assessments that are rooted in content standards. She's created SOL review and daily spiral review sheets to target specific areas of weakness. And then finally, she's actually just finished, she will finish walkthroughs in every elementary social studies class here in February. Back in December, she visited every middle school history classroom to give feedback. So it's a lot of hard work by the team that we have done and we will continue to do. So as you can tell, we've been busy. We are seeing growth. Obviously, we're not where we need to be. There's a lot of work to continue to do. Very soon, our schools will be conducting 45-day plans, which is targeted reviews that specifically help address areas of weaknesses leading up to SOL tests. We're trying to provide support on site to principals, departments, and teachers, and so third quarter is going to be critical. We need to have a really good quarter. We need to see a lot of progress, and so our focus is on helping teachers develop content, review, remediate, and really whatever they need. So I appreciate you. I feel like I went a long time, so I apologize for that, but I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
You?
Thank you. So some progress, definitely not where we want to be or need to be, quite honestly. Obviously, we still have the ramifications of what we've been going through. You said there was no breakdowns, and Dr. Bergen, you had said that from, I guess, the DOE. Do we have on our assessments, do we have updated breakdowns by grade level, by school? We have that?
Yes, we have that. Our
And we can
principals
get
have
that?
it.
Let me, if I can start on that one, Sean. So, first of all, my expectation, which I'm sure is your expectation, is the most important consumer of this data is the classroom teacher. So each and every classroom teacher knows how his and her students performed on these assessments. They not only know how many questions did they answer correctly, but the ones that they didn't answer correctly, they know what the incorrect answer was they gave, so they can do an analysis of using but confusing. And they can also check in with themselves about their responsibility with pacing and whether or not the material was presented to the students for them to have success. They know their students best. So each teacher has access and has had for some time now their results. Each principal has, and it would be my expectation that they can articulate for me and our leadership team their analysis of that data using the templates that we've created. We shared with the board what our expectations were in the training we provided for principals to be consumers of data and to be able to analyze data. So we're doing the work with them and confirming that they're doing the work and lending our support of that. So I want you to have confidence, Mr. Daniels, and for all of our board members to know that each of our principals is analyzing their school data by grade level, by content area, and each teacher is analyzing the data by student level.
With, okay, Savas, is it? All right, 57% on average for English in 9 through 11, 6 through 8, 46%. Did the teachers like that curriculum?
You know, it's the first year, so it's difficult, but I mean, this was something that teachers gave feedback on last year, and we tried to involve them throughout that process. And so what has been nice is they're implementing it, they're giving it their best efforts. As you go through that, we find that there's some areas we need to supplement our own, and then there's some areas that they think does a really good job. So I would say overall it's positive. Doesn't mean it's been without our challenges. But one thing I want to make sure I understand when we're looking at that data, so we might have a benchmark where that's on skills that were taught for the second quarter, and the pass rates may reflect just that. With Savas, it's really measuring growth throughout the year. So this is where they are in relation to where they should be. So it's a little bit different data. And so, like I said, in high school, they've actually improved quite a bit. On face value, it looks kind of rough, but at the same time, there is growth. We just need to keep growing.
Just want to make sure that they are liking it, and they're, you know, because if it's tough, if they think there's something that might be better, that you may get better results. The question, you had brought up the division support plans.
Yes.
And you had said that there were, can you go into again the things that were offered? Was that offered to schools specific or to teachers individually?
A little bit of everything.
Okay.
It really depends. And what I mean by support plans is that's something the team discusses internally. We obviously are looking at data right away, and we just talk about what we can do. And our goal is to be strategic. Obviously, we have a lot of schools, and we want to make sure we have maximum impact on our student achievement. So we are targeting schools as we look and say, well, this grade really struggled in this subject. Supervisor, can you go out and meet with the principal, or can you go to department meetings? And so some schools it's regularly we're at department meetings, some schools it's on request. We do have a number of teachers reaching out, and so it could either be by request, it could be because principals have asked us to go, or just our supervisors have told us, you know, I think this teacher might need some support. The other way that we might determine is we talk to our professional development team. They're supporting our new teacher, so they might come to this team and say that teacher needs help. So it could be any number of factors.
Sure, and we want to be able to provide that because you said that help was offered, and some people, I guess, just did not take you up on that. So I just want to make sure we're creating an environment where if a teacher feels like they need something, they're like, hey, I looked at this. I think I should be doing X, Y, Z. We're all getting together with the principals are getting together with them and coming up with action plans on how we can get, okay.
Yep.
So our level of involvement, we talked a bit about Tier 2 and Tier 3. Dr. Woodford, maybe you can elaborate a bit more on what supports we provide from our instructional team for schools that have a demonstrated history and need for more supports than all schools. For instance, when we go into a school that's in school improvement,
Right, so we have several schools in school improvement and several schools that we're monitoring. And we actually, as Dr. Trosper said, Dr. Calvert, myself, Dr. Trosper, Dr. Cornett, Mrs. Robertson, Mrs. Jennings, we actually had those principals in, and we had their data, and we were looking at their mid-year CSIP, and we asked them, you know, we see some concerns here. What are you doing? What do you need from us? We did 10 meetings back to back, and we had some great conversations with principals. So we do internally have some levels of concern. You may remember earlier we shared that we have those tier 3 schools that are really struggling. We're concerned about whether they're going to continue to make accreditation. And each of us on the executive team and the senior instruction team, we are all assigned as a mentor to that school. So for instance, my school, I specifically looked at grade level data. I specifically looked at weaknesses, and I've had that conversation with the principal. What supports does this teacher need? Because I'm looking directly at their PAL scores. So it can be really deep, and I think the fact that each of us are connected to a school and we focus there, we can give that one-on-one. And sometimes we say it's not an option. I mean, like, there are some teachers who may not realize they need help, especially our brand new teachers. They want to do well, they're trying their best. We don't want to discourage them, but sometimes it's just simply alignment. And so I do think we do offer some very individualized support.
Great.
And I hope I answered Dr. Bergen's question.
You're
But
pulling them along instead of pushing them along. I think that helps. So,
Right.
If I can just add, yes, to all of that. And I want this to come across as it's intended. We're walking with our principals and teachers. We are there with them in their leadership team meetings. We are there at the professional development session. If we're not leading it, we're also participating. And then I'm visiting with principals to ask about the supports they've received, and is there anything else that didn't come up that they've thought about after the fact, additional supports we can provide. Because it's our expectation every school will be accredited and that our students will be successful on the standards of learning assessment. So this is one indicator that in mid-year assessments, we have some mid-course corrections we need to make, and we're ensuring we are making.
one thing I'd like to add that we have talked about as an instructional team, and Dr. Calvert and her team are part of that, is we recognize as educators that we ourselves need to remain educated on best practices. And we've been talking about not just the one-time PD that lasts for a couple of hours. So we are looking at partnering with the University of Virginia, the University of Lynchburg, to get courses for our teachers in the areas we're struggling. The science of reading has become very important. We want to offer our teachers 3-credit courses in in-depth study of reading, in-depth study of math concepts. We used to do that. I know Ms. Harrison and Dr. Mealy remember, we used to offer that, and the pandemic got us away from that. So we are re-looking at that and partnering with our universities to give our teachers that content knowledge that will make them better and will support them in the classroom.
That year and a half, we dug ourselves a pretty big hole, and you guys are working really hard with all our teachers and everybody around the table to pull them a lot. So it's like we have to like double down or triple down to get them where they should be. It's a big effort, but thank you for undertaking it.
Any further questions, Mr. Daniels? Yes, Dr. Mealy.
Sorry.
That's fine.
I just want to make a couple of comments first to some of Dr. Bergen's comments regarding the VDOE and this mid-year assessment that we had. We knew about this. It wasn't a surprise. I think the public needs to know this wasn't a surprise. We knew 2 years ago that there was going to be a beginning of the year SOL and end of the year, and then the following year, which would have been this year, there would be a mid-year. So
We did, Dr. Milley. We didn't know what the assessment would look like, and I certainly had no idea that I would receive no reports from the VDOE.
The other thing I want to say is you made a comment about principals, or maybe Mr. Trosper did, not having alignment of the curriculum to plans, that teachers didn't necessarily follow the pacing guide or the alignment. So my question is, principals used to be required to look at plans on a very regular basis, which included looking at alignment and making sure that teachers were on pace. So is that still going on? And if it isn't, why isn't that going on? Because that would have been caught. If you have somebody who was way behind, it would have been, you got to change your thing here, Mrs. Jones. You're way behind. You're not going to be ready for that benchmark when it gets here.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with you. Our teachers, we develop division-level pacing guides to get us backwards mapping. All the curriculum and instruction of which children need to demonstrate mastery is paced out.
Yeah, but my
No,
question is,
yeah.
are principals checking this? Are they checking plans is the first question, and if they are they checking the alignment where the teachers are?
They should be, and there's room for improvement.
Okay, so should be. Does that mean yes, or does that mean I'm not sure?
The expectation is they will know what the curriculum is, they'll know what the pacing is, and they'll know what they're looking for when they're
Doesn't answer
observing
my
instruction.
question.
It's a yes.
I understand, okay. So yes, principals are checking, and they're checking alignment. Is that a yes?
Yes. Our expectation is that they are checking, that they are aware of, Dr. Mealy, aware of the pacing, and are looking to make sure that their teachers are pacing. They are the instructional leaders in their building.
Exactly.
Sometimes, Dr. Mealy, our teachers push back and say, but we're the experts, and we can pace as we want to, and we can determine the order in which we want to teach things.
Well, the order
So-
doesn't, in some cases, doesn't matter. I would submit that in math, many times it does matter.
Sure.
But the order doesn't matter, just are you going to be finished with all, picking a number here, 7 objectives to be
Yes.
ready for that benchmark?
Yes.
So if you're saying, yes, that's happening, then how did we have teachers who didn't, then if principals are doing it, then how did we have teachers who didn't meet those criteria and weren't ready for the benchmark, as one of you, I don't remember which one of you said that. That would
I
be
think-
my question.
I think we both said it, and I've heard principals reflect on that when I'm speaking with them, is that in past years, Susan, you'll know when you were teaching that we developed our benchmark assessments with teachers and principals. They knew what we were assessing at what point in the year we were assessing it. And we didn't signal to our teachers that we were assessing what standards we were assessing in the middle of the year, according to the pacing guide. And so however they had been teaching in the order they had been teaching previously, they were teaching. And then we announced, well, we had already developed these pacing, we had already developed the assessments based upon the pacing guides. And so for some of our teachers, it was like, oh, I was going to teach that in the very next week or the following month. If we're going to give mid-year assessments, and we are going to continue to give mid-year assessments, we need to make sure, moving forward, that teachers and students and principals know what are the standards we're assessing, and that they are matched to the pacing guide, and that we're assessing the standards of which the children have been taught. In some cases, we do believe the children didn't perform well because they had not yet received that instruction.
Madam Chairman, I know it is time for our dinner hour. I do have quite a few more questions, so can I just pick that up when we come back?
Yeah, we'll pick that, we'll pick up with the comments, because I was wondering where we were going to break, so thanks for suggesting that. So we'll pick up with questions from 3.02 after dinner. Okay, so let's go ahead and break for dinner.
Sexual exploitation, okay.
What's first? Student or school board? Put it together.
I don't put that on the agenda.
Okay.
You're very trusting.
Students first.
You're very trusting.
Yeah.
I might be heading out to the car, just follow.
That's right. You're heading that way, I would have thought. You didn't?
Not on that. It's on the agenda.
Oh, okay. Follow it.
But I use
they're
the same
talking.
language on that every time.
Yeah, I just got really slammed at the last minute.
Good evening, everybody. I'd like to reconvene this regular meeting of the Bedford County School Board for February the 9th, 2023. If you would please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Hey, Mr. Edwards?
Madam Chair, members of the board, an amazing run of success continues for Jefferson Forest High School's Cavalier Theater. And Dr. Bergen, Madam Chair, please feel free to come forward. Since 2012, the program has put together 8 district champions, 5 region champions, 4 state second place finishes, and 3 state championships. Last year's one-act play, The Beggar's Opera, earned the program its latest string of success all the way to the state tournament, where Beggar's Opera finished as the VHSL Class 4 and Virginia Theater Association's state runners-up. The crew will now travel to Lexington, Kentucky next month to represent Virginia at the Southeastern Theater Conference and compete with the top 2 schools from 9 other states for the title of Best Play in the Southeastern United States. With us tonight to be recognized before the board is the Beggar's Opera cast and crew. Savannah Davis. And because we have such a big crew, we will ask students to stand to the side, and we will do a group picture once all names are recognized. Anna Dodge. Nina Gaiman. Elliot Harrell. Maddie Howard. Izzy Mistretta. Ryan Newman. Sophie Nichols. Nazariah Nieto. Emma Ogden. Aubrey Pack. Sheldon Sapp. Bridget Spangenberg. Sheen Wales. William Wallace. Receiving an award for VTA Best Performer, Annalise Schultz. Receiving an award for Best Performer and District Outstanding Actor, Eliza Hayes. Named to the VTA All-Star Cast, Region 4D, Honorable Mention, and VHSL State Outstanding Actor, Blake McGregor. Named to the VTA All-Star Cast, VHSL District Outstanding Actor, and VHSL Region 4D Best Actor, Carter Rice. And VHSL District Outstanding Actor, VHSL Region 4D Best Actress, VHSL State Outstanding Actor for the second year in a row, Sarah Lynn Laux. And your mother asked for extra mustard. This is your Region 4D State Runner-Up Film Cavalier Theater Team. Let's go ahead and bring up the team that brings everything together now instead of later. The directors, Cavalier Theater, Spence and Nikki White.
I'm working on it, and I think that we have got everybody included. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And one more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Autographs?
So proud of you. Congratulations.
Autographs? None?
Congratulations, you guys. Awesome.
Get over.
It's nice to see you.
Okay, something else happened in great timing, and we are including it in recognition tonight. Last year, Cavalier Theater were state champions, and just within the past few days, their state championship rings have arrived, and tonight we present the members of that team who still remain with their rings and recognize them once again. Bridget Spangenberg. Ryan Newman. Sam Leneve. And we'll get them up there at the proper time this time. Spence and Nikki White.
Nikki. Oh,
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. You're good. School board recognition. You can go. Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin has proclaimed February as School Board Appreciation Month. Tonight, we take time to recognize Bedford County School Board members who exemplify local citizen control and decision-making in education. They put forth large amounts of their time and an immeasurable amount of energy each year to assure that our schools are providing the best education possible. The staff of our school division is taking this moment to tell our board members thank you for caring and hope that members of the public will do this as well. Certificates from VSBA are at your places, along with a token of appreciation from staff, which is what I was going to call a personalized BCPS carry your papers around in thingy, but Dr. Woodford texted me earlier tonight and said, please don't forget the portfolio. So if you'll hold those up, that's what a portfolio looks like.
We can look nice and professional.
That's right.
Pretend anyway.
And also board members, during the month of February and at your places, you will see, we join the nation in celebrating the achievements, contributions, and impact CTE programs provide. CTE programs help prepare students for high-skill, high-wage, and in-demand careers. Mr. T. Fox, Bedford County Teacher of the Year, and his students wanted to do something special for each of you during CTE month as a thank you for your continued support of CTE. Please accept this gift that you see before you as a token of appreciation. The coffee grinder is handcrafted by the students in Mr. Fox's classes. I'm sure and I'm hoping that a few of you will put that on display for the audience. Mr. Fox's class is at JF. It's a fully functional machine, and they hope you think of all the amazing work done by CTE students in Bedford County when you start your morning using your handcrafted custom coffee grinder. Your continued support of CTE makes it possible for students to learn these skills that translate to college and the workforce. And thank you again for all that you do and for helping me by putting it on display. And finally, February is also School Board Clerk Appreciation Month across the Commonwealth. Tonight, we recognize Mrs. Diana Johnson for all that she does throughout the year for the board. There probably is no better school board clerk in the state of Virginia. At this time, we ask that Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, all board members come forward to present Mrs. Johnson with a token of appreciation. And Mrs. Johnson, would you please come up to the stage? Bedford County School Board Clerk, Mrs. Diana Johnson.
Oh, yours is in your thing.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
Ma'am.
Okay, moving on to item 6.03, public comment. The public comment portion of tonight's agenda is limited to 40 minutes. Speakers are asked to state their name and voting district. The school board is here to listen to your comments, but will not engage or respond to speakers during this 40-minute period. Please remember that this is a public meeting, and we expect all speakers to refrain from any foul, profane, abusive, or hateful language during their comments or at any time while in attendance at this meeting. We also ask that speakers keep their remarks objective and about the school in nature. Please keep all comments limited to matters related to the public schools, and any comments that are harassing or amount to a personal attack against any identifiable individual, whether board member, staff, or student, or having the potential to cause unnecessary delay or disruption to this meeting are prohibited. This is a public meeting for public matters. Mr. Edwards will serve as timekeeper for the individual speakers with a ringing bell indicating that a person has 30 seconds remaining, and a second bell will ring indicating a person's 4 minutes have expired. Mr. Edwards will also serve as timekeeper for a cumulative 40-minute period. When Mr. Edwards' 4-minute timer bell rings, please discontinue speaking and allow the next person in line to come to the podium. Should you be unable to finish your comments, please send or give them to Ms. Johnson. Everyone knows who she is now. And she will give them to the board members. Please do not adjust the microphone at the podium as it has been positioned for optimum audio quality. Our first speaker tonight is Jack Taylor.
Jack Taylor, District 3. As a follow-up to when I talked about the Satanic Temple at the December board meeting, I wish to further make a case that denies this event's legitimacy. I will present to you what the overwhelming majority of parents and residents think about this and where the board hopefully will go from here. By now, everyone has heard that the Satanic Temple is hosting the movie Fern Gully at the JF Auditorium on February the 25th, which is a Saturday evening. June Everett, who is an ordained minister of the Satanic Temple and national campaign director, filled out and turned in the forms for this facility rental. This same June Everett, pertaining to the York, Pennsylvania decision not to allow the club, stated in an April 19th, 2022 York Daily Record article, quote, "We only go where we are asked, and we only go where there is a current club," end quote. So it begs the question, who has asked this club to come? Is it a parent of a student? Is it a faculty member or staff member? I think most would agree that it would be incumbent on that person to present to this board all their rationale and intentions of inviting this group. After all, since any decision to allow Satanic Temple anywhere would be controversial and lead to divisiveness, it is imperative that the school board should have a public hearing. That way, prudence could be taken, including notifications to the parents and for guidance of the activity, whether student-led or faculty-sponsored. Also, what club is currently functioning that gives the impetus for the Satanic Temple to be here? Another troubling aspect about this group is they're charging $10 per parent for a family movie night. Provided on their brochure is an awkward link for purchasing tickets and to provide a government ID that will also be needed to enter the auditorium. Nothing is clearly delineated or defined as to how monies would be returned due to unforeseen circumstances like weather. And though I'm not attending, I think it's an overwhelming affront to parental rights to have to prove that you are your child's parent if entering the event. What of the movie Fern Gully? Do they have the proper copyright permissions to show this for a fee? I understand some aspects of the fair use doctrine do allow for certain relaxations of the violations, but the burden usually falls on the group and their sponsor or venue holder to assure it was not for profiteering reasons. Why does this religion that no one can discriminate against need the money? If this is a religious organization and their causes are charitable, why the charge? The answer is simple. The Satanic Temple is a cult. They obviously don't care if they use symbols of the occult on brochures, instruction and indoctrination materials, merchandise, clothing, and the like. Clearly, all the visuals, from what we see as advertised to what we see when any parent chooses to dig the deepest, darkest reaches of the satanic world online, is to provoke those with common decency and sensationalize their organization to garner media attention. As Everett said to Chesapeake's Channel 10 WAVY December 2nd report, we like to go to schools where there are other religious clubs operating. We do know that we want to cause a stir. Doesn't the Satanic Temple believe in their message and deeply held religious beliefs to have enough compassion for children and take their organization into all schools regardless of whether other clubs are there? I guess in their mind, the 40 hours a week that children are under the onslaught of godless secular humanism just isn't enough. Let me conclude with this. We're all moral human beings, and you, the honorable members of the board, as well as the superintendent and the principal of the school, have a moral obligation to protect the hearts, minds, souls of children that are entrusted to your care when parents allow you to provide for the scholastic education of their sons and daughters. Regardless of federal statutes, I'm finishing, I promise, which thankfully we see being overturned and overruled in various forms, it would be a blunder for our school board to shirk their duties to its citizens. Long after all of you have retired and moved on in life, the effects of this cult's incipient and diabolical nature of infecting school-age kids who have extremely impressionable minds will have a lasting and negative impact. Don't wait for that first drug overdose, suicide, or sexual exploitation of a teen involved in this club to come to that realization. That young lady I'd mentioned at the last meeting has only come out of this horrendous lifestyle by the power of God. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Janet Roby.
Good evening. I'm Janet Roby. I live in District 6. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you tonight, and it's like coming home. We've been in Bedford 35 years plus, and my 2 children graduated from here, so this is bringing back a lot of memories. I'm a longtime volunteer with Concerned Women for America. Concerned Women for America has a rich history of over 40 years of impacting culture and advocating for policies that promote and protect families. One of the core issues is education. So we have members through the years that have observed education through the years and observed the highs and the lows of our education system and the threats to our children and grandchildren. I'm here tonight to present a resource that I believe that will be invaluable to you as you serve on the board. I have for each board member and for Dr. Bergen a copy of Sexual Exploitation, which was a project of Concerned Women for America written in 2022, and this has been distributed throughout college campuses and used for Young Women for America. It covers the foundation of sexual exploitation, sex trafficking, pornography, and the fallout of a sexual society. I believe you'll find this resource very educational and thought-provoking. After a review, I ask that you pay close attention to Section 3, which covers the fallout of a sexual society. I thank you for your service to our community, for serving on the board, and I want you to know that Concerned Women for America has chapters throughout the United States, and there's a couple in Bedford County, and we rarely pray for you on a monthly basis. I'd like to conclude my remarks by quoting a few lyrics from a song that I heard recently that spoke volumes to me. I just want to speak the name of Jesus over every heart and every mind, because I know there is peace with your presence. I want to speak the name of Jesus till every dark addiction starts to break, declaring there is hope and there is freedom. I just want to speak the name of Jesus over fear and all anxiety to every soul held captive by depression. His name is power. His name is healing. His name is life. Break every stronghold, shine through the shadows, burn like a fire. I speak Jesus over you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roby. Mary Catherine Bennett. Mary Catherine Bennett. Mary Catherine.
My name is Mary Catherine Bennett, and I live in District 5, and that's a hard act to follow, so let me just try my best. I'm Mary Catherine. I have a son, Ronan, and Ronan goes to New London Academy, and many a times people come in and talk about concerns and everything, and I really just want to start off by saying how much we have loved New London Academy. From the principal, Mr. Aby, how he greets every student and knows all of their names. I've seen him cut the students' food up so it's easier for them to eat. To the teachers, Ronan started off in the general education schools, and he had Courtney DeBringo, and that woman is amazing. She is kind and she is loving, and the way that the kids listen to her is amazing. Ronan is special needs, so he's had OT, and he's had PT, and he's had speech therapy, and ABA and all of them, but, he loves his Miss Jenny, and he loves his Miss Tyree, and, he loves his, I have all my names written down because it's so important to me. Jennifer Faust, who took in, I think she does the special education, she, did the interview for me to get in, and last month, Ronan, or I guess it was December, he got a new diagnosis. He got a new diagnosis of an intellectual disability, which, as y'all know, is the new term for mentally retarded. And having that diagnosis for my son, as a parent, it changes your whole world because you have these ideas of how things are going to be. And it just doesn't change. It doesn't make life worse. It just makes life different. And I can tell you right now that I could not be doing what I'm doing and seeing the growth in my son with all of his challenges if it wasn't for the staff at New London. From the principal all the way down to the bus drivers, Mr. Dan called me on a Friday night and said, I need you to take Ronan outside. I'm thinking, is everything okay? And he said, I know Ronan loves the moon, and the moon is beautiful tonight. He took the time to call me because he knew that my son loved the moon. Those are huge. So you are hiring and you have wonderful people in your schools, and I am coming here to say thank you, to keep doing the good work, because this mama and so many of the other moms and dads that I talk to a lot are so grateful. So this is specific for New London, but I am coming to you because there are some concerns that I also have as a parent. When I go there, one of the things I noticed is the bricks, they're almost black. So they just really need a good power washing. You know, I'm not a good power washer, but I'll volunteer my time if someone teaches me how to do it. The gutters need to be cleaned. Those are all simple maintenance things. One of the things that I have seen with a lot of, and I think, you know, I've seen it a lot with Liberty High School, is maintenance. We want to be good stewards of the buildings that we have. And sometimes that means just doing more. And maybe it needs to be a community event. I don't know. I'm glad y'all are up there and not me making these decisions. But those are some of the things. The other things is, for instance, my son struggles, and there are 3 wheelchair-bound students at New London Academy. I would love to see an adaptive playground at New London. You know, just now, Ronan's he's 7 years old, and just now he's able with help to get onto a swing. And again, there's challenges, and I would love to see that. Also, there's a lot of special needs students, and there's not a lot of staff that I've noticed. They're being very spread thin. So again, I'm coming to you. I don't have the solutions, but I am wanting to make you aware that they can continue to do those good jobs. And I can't even imagine how much even a better job they would do if they had some more resources like paras and things like that. So that is all I'm here to say, because I am very grateful. And I have a whole list, and I probably missed a lot of my names because Ronan remembers it. Oh, and that's another thing, the resource teachers. Resource teachers, they're apparently being split up between the larger middle and elementary schools. We really need full-time. I saw the Whites up here, and I know that they do a great job with the theater, and arts is important, even from the small, with tactile. You know, he's an OT and PT, and so I really would love resource teachers at each of the schools instead of spreading out, because I know that makes it hard for teachers to have planning. It's hard to plan that for the teachers. So, okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. Alicia Wood. Alicia.
Good evening. My name is Alicia Wood, and I live in District 3. I'm a Liberty High School alumni, and I have a son who is a freshman at Liberty. Thank you to all of those of you that came out today for the walking tour. Sometimes experiences can teach more than words, and it was our hope that you came to understand on a deeper level the reality that brings folks like me here tonight. Our children spend about 7 hours each day on this campus, more for those who participate in sports and extracurricular activities. On game days, my son is here for more than 12 hours. This campus is their workplace, and this campus is as much outdoor space as it is indoor. Imagine walking in the library and there being cracks in the floors, paint chips everywhere, mold growing on the walls, the ceiling leaking, and water pooled in the floor. That would not be tolerated. There's technology and furniture in there to protect. Outdoors, the only thing to protect are our students. Aren't our students enough for this board to take action that needs to be taken? We often think of safety in terms of the prevention of violence. We have invested in school resource officers. We subject our students to active shooter drills. We hire staff to handle school discipline for children who create unsafe circumstances for their peers. Safety is also environmental. Safety is being free from risk of harm. Safety means being able to go to class without the possibility of your wheelchair getting caught in the cracked sidewalks and possibly dumping you out onto the sidewalk. Safety means not ingesting paint chips or mold as you move from class to class. The safety of our students, faculty, and staff has been neglected over the past 20 years, and the impact is significant. Facility safety and beauty is deeply connected to enrollment numbers, which is continuing to decline at Liberty High School. Enrollment numbers are directly connected to resources. We are in a vicious cycle of neglect and decline. If you would take a moment just to look around. No significant improvements have been made to this auditorium since it was built in 1964. 59 years have passed, and we are patching and not improving. So yes, while it is most visible tonight in the physical space, it is just as real in the unseen spaces of our staff and students' sense of pride. We are asking you to show them they are worth the investment it takes to provide them with a campus that will help them thrive every day. We are past the point where the cost of inaction or insufficient action outweighs the cost of action. Please consider the cost of doing insufficient work twice compared to completing a necessary job once. Please choose option 2 or option 3, as these are the smarter 2 of the 3 choices in the long run. Everyone in this room has power. You have the power to correct 2 decades of disrepair and neglect, putting this high school and its students on a path to safety, health, pride, and growth. You were voted in those seats because your community trusted you would do that. We have power too. Our power is in our influence, our speaking, our writing of letters, and in our vote. We are asking you to please make the right choice for Liberty High School. It's time. Thank you for your attention to this and the opportunity to address you tonight. Thank you. Henry Cantrell? Henry Cantrell?
Good evening, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Henry Cantrell, and I live in District 7. I'm serving on the Bedford Primary School PTA as Vice President, where my son currently attends. In your proposed budget and capital improvement plan, please consider the following for the school: safe playground equipment and fencing, consistent transportation and bus schedules, and the construction of a gym. We understand that hazardous playground equipment will soon be removed from Bedford Primary School, but there is no plan to replace the equipment. Playground equipment that is not safe must be removed, but we also need a replacement plan. Our children currently do not have a designated gym, which is even more reason why playground equipment be replaced and not just removed. We also request that fencing around the playground be added to protect the children from dangerous dogs and to keep the children away from the roads. Please make safe playground equipment and fencing a priority in your budget. We ask that you address the lack of bus drivers or backup drivers. These last-minute route cancellations are extremely difficult for working parents. To complicate the matter, when bus routes are canceled, the drop-off, pickup lines are even longer than usual. The culture must change in Bedford County Public Schools regarding transportation. To start with, bus driver retention and recruitment is an immediate need. Without bus drivers bringing students safely to school, most children would have no opportunity to receive an education. Drivers need to feel valued and to be compensated appropriately. Please make consistent transportation and bus schedules a priority in your budget. As I mentioned, the children at BPS currently use a dual-purpose cafeteria and gym for eating meals and recreation. Using the cafeteria as a gym is a safety issue. Cafeteria tables and chairs are stored along the walls during gym use and could easily fall on a child or staff member. The excellent janitorial staff has the extreme pressure of working quickly to clean up cafeteria spills so children will not fall on a wet floor during gym class. Please add to your capital improvement plan a gymnasium for Bedford Primary School. Based on what I heard at the past school board meeting, the current school board admitted the years of maintenance delays at Stanton River and Liberty High Schools have attributed to their current conditions. I am concerned that this has also occurred at Bedford Primary School. The lack of improvements is a big problem facing Bedford County as a whole. Parents don't want to send their children to schools that are falling apart. Please add to your budget planning for Bedford Primary School safe playground equipment and fencing, consistent transportation and bus schedules, the construction of a gym. Thank you for your consideration of these requests.
Thank you, Mr. Cantrell. Whitney Crowell.
Hi, my name is Whitney Crowell and I live in District 6. I'm a junior here at Liberty High School, vice president of the Thespian Society, and an early college student at CVCC's Bedford Center. I've been involved in the theater department for 3 years now, and it would be an understatement to say that this is just an extracurricular activity for me. Mrs. Shana Cruz has made this a place for me to find myself and to connect with others, but that isn't just for me. I'm here speaking on behalf of every other student who walks through those doors. But that isn't the point of my being here. I'm here to talk about the fact that in the past few months, myself and other students within the program have seen things at other schools that we don't have here. Not because we don't want it, but because we do not have enough funding to afford those things. We have traveled for competition and have been to other schools to watch performances, and here are just a few things we've seen there that we don't have here. Advanced technical access like lighting and sound, dressing rooms, lights in the aisles for safety purposes, flying systems, cyclorama, and comfortable seats in the auditoriums of other schools. We as a program fundraise, but it still just isn't enough. When considering things like the cost of production rights, costumes, props, set pieces, and painters, we just don't have enough. I'm here to talk about equity, or more specifically, the lack thereof. After-school activities are meant to be a place for kids to express themselves and to put hard work into things they care about. Shouldn't we be able to do that in the best facility possible? I'm here as a student who wants to be able to do more for the community. Things like comfortable seats, dressing rooms, flying systems, they may seem unnecessary, but they all help us put together shows for the entire community to enjoy. We students do theater and after-school performances not just for ourselves, but because we love hearing the laughs and seeing the smiles from the audience. Everything we do on this stage is to give the community something to look forward to watch and enjoy. What we do up here is special. It's magical. And we'd like to be able to do more. I hope you take into consideration what I've said, and I would like to thank you for your time. I know this may sound like we're asking a lot, but this building has been here since the 60s and has not been renovated since then. And me, as well as other students, believe that it's overdue for an upgrade. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Sarah Mayhew.
Hello again. It's me, Sarah Mayhew again, District 7 parent of 3 Liberty Zone students. I'd like to thank those of you who came out for the tour today. It means a lot to our community that you care enough to first respond to the invite and secondly to attend. I hope that you could see some of what's happening. I come to you again with my concerns for Liberty Schools facilities, specifically the awnings, as well as the sidewalks and the lighting. I understand that you are choosing or leaning towards option 1. I think I can speak for many in our community when I say we're sorely disappointed in that choice. Option 1 is a mere Band-Aid. As quoted in the architect firm's study, this option may not be 100% effective. Need I say more? According to the study, prices are quoted as $982,000 for option 1, 1.5 for option 2, and $2.4 million for option 3. The financially responsible option would be at least option 2, where we are covering with material that will last and not need repainting. Between applying a Band-Aid with option 1 and fixing it permanently with at least option 2, there's a difference of 500 and some change thousand. When you consider the longevity and end result of both, that is nothing. We need the option for the least maintenance that lasts the longest. Because when our maintenance gets behind, which it always does, they are already pushed to the max and sorely understaffed, and we continue to fight the battle to keep up with painted surfaces. Currently, our faculty and staff are chasing large paint chips across campus that are floating around. According to the current CIP, Liberty isn't slated for painting until 2028. Really? Besides the paint factor, the study states that for option 1, scopes would have to be run down all the piping and the drains to see if they work. And if they don't, what then? Where will you run the drains and the piping? And how much is that additional cost? To be clear, these awnings are, number one, a security concern. There are large chunks missing out of many of them. What happens when a cement chunk falls on a student's head? In addition, they're covered in mold. As quoted from the EPA's website, potential health effects associated with mold exposure may include irritation to the eyes, skin, nose, throat, and lungs of both mold allergic and non-allergic people. In sensitive individuals, allergic reactions can be caused by breathing in or touching mold. Dead mold may still cause allergic reactions in some, so it is not enough to simply kill the mold and leave it there. The mold must be removed. What happens when someone tries to be clever and hop up on these and falls through? A common practical joke that's been done through the history since I was in the class of 2000. I'm not asking for golden walls. We just need what is safe and effective for the kids. I'd like to give a hats off to Principal Tucker. He continues to do an outstanding job with what he's been given to deal with. But the awnings are simply out of date and ineffective. If you watch the traffic flow at Liberty between classes, students constantly are pushing, trying to miss running into the columns, which causes disruptions on the daily. If you also watch traffic in the small area where there are updated columns and no columns in the middle, traffic flows smoothly. There's no pushing, shoving, and people running into these. In addition to the awnings, the black post lights throughout campus do not work, leaving over 50 of the campus very dark during events. This is a huge security risk, and these need to be replaced. If we leave sidewalks to continually crumble, how is that ADA compliant? Are we waiting for a formal complaint? Mr. Daniels, as my school board representative, I ask you to act on your words and your campaign promise that you would, and I quote, facilitate building improvement and repairs. Be our voice and use your power on this board to see that the students in your district have what they need to be safe and successful at Liberty High School. Please choose option 2 or really 3.
Thank you, Ms. Mayhew. Sheree Whitehurst.
Hi, I'm Sheree Whitehurst, and I live in District 7. At your last meeting, I shared that at this fall's Otter River Parent Information Meeting regarding redistricting, I heard several parents say, we do not want to be redistricted. If we are moved into the Liberty Zone, our property values will decline because the Liberty Zone is inferior in regard to facilities and instructional programming. I also shared that for the past 10 years, you've been receiving the town's reversion money, which has amounted to more than $6 million a year. After 10 years, the total is now up to around $60 million. The reversion money should be used to help alleviate the disparities between the zones. To add to what has already been said about facility needs, I would like to provide information about Bedford Primary School. In 1968, I was a student at Bedford Primary School, and there was no gymnasium. In 1990, my oldest daughter attended Bedford Primary School, and there was no gymnasium. In 1996, my youngest daughter attended Bedford Primary School. There was no gymnasium. In 2023, my grandson attends Bedford Primary School, and there is no gymnasium. For years, the students have had to spend their recess time and gym time in the cafeteria when it rains. Due to damp floors and items stored along the wall, this environment is unsafe. Around 2012, a gymnasium for Bedford Primary School had been in the district's capital improvement plan and was in the works. An architect had even drawn up the blueprints for the gymnasium. Facing the front of the school, the gymnasium was to be built to the left, closer to where the old Liberty Academy had been. The principal was even given a copy of the blueprints. But without explanation, the Bedford Primary School gymnasium was removed from the district's capital improvement plan, and the money was sent up the road to another school. Bedford Primary School is the only school in Bedford County without a gymnasium. The school is a specialty school just for primary-age children. This school should be celebrated and only strengthened, but it has been seriously neglected. I would think the blueprints could possibly still be located in the principal's office at Bedford Primary School. It's past time to get those plans out. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Whitehurst. Jenny Clark. Jenny Clark.
Hello, my name is Jenny Clark. I'm in a District 6 parent. I'm shocked that our school board would even consider option 1. We are in a Band-Aid state of mind which needs to change. We should be making choices that will last the test of time, and now is the time to get started. Below I've listed not what we want, but what we need to provide a safe and successful environment for our students. We need awnings that are not only effective, but clean, easy to maintain, and provide a pathway for students to most easily travel. We need walkways that don't have columns in the dead center so that the students end up pushing and shoving to get around them. This has and will always be poor planning from 1964. We need lights that are from this century that don't require maintenance to patch or fix them every couple months just to get by. And we need more of them. We need lighting that will make Liberty a safer space at night during events. We need sidewalks that aren't crumbled and falling apart. We need safe pathways for our students, especially those who are wheelchair bound or movement challenged. We need a welcoming and safe space. We need you, our board, to be our voice. We are saying we need and deserve better. Better is not option 1. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Stephanie Conklin. You want? Okay, I have space for one more. Would anyone like to speak? Who? Defer. You want to come on up? I'm sorry, I didn't see you. You want to speak, Mr. Ashwell?
It'll be another day. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. My name is Leanne Eagler. I'm in District 7. I'm also a graduate of Liberty High School from many moons ago. I have 2 children. One attends Liberty High School and one attends Liberty Middle School. I would also like to address concerns that I have when I observe what I observe when I come to the Liberty High School campus. My idea is to just focus on safety. I think you've heard that, but I'm going to just reiterate. I feel it is a responsibility of our leaders to create a safe environment for our students, employees, and the visitors that come to Liberty. The awnings over the walkways are leaking and crumbling, as you know, and especially moldy. Crumbling of any structure is a danger. All we need is just a chunk of that awning to fall off and hit somebody in the head, causing injury, or somewhere else. I mean, we argue, well, maybe it hasn't happened yet, so it's not a big deal, but it's just a matter of time. I mean, even if just a small moldy piece falls on you, you might not get hurt, but yeah, that's just gross. So I don't know a whole lot about mold myself, and I like to do a lot of research. So I started doing some research about mold, and I found some information out from the Asthma and Allergy Foundation that said that mold is a common cause of allergy and asthma symptoms. With more reading, I found out that mold exposure can cause even more significant problems with people with asthma or any kind of weakened immunity. And I am sure that there are people that are walking from building to building every weekday here on this campus who have some sort of asthma, who have allergies, and who have some sort of weakened immunity. My own daughter is one of these. She takes a medication that lowers her immunity for one of her health conditions. This is just one more cause for me to be concerned for her health. There is talk of a recommendation to fix this problem, which is just a membrane and some power washing and painting, option 1. But we don't know that that will even work. If we don't do anything to permanently fix this problem, we're just not getting anywhere and throwing money down the drains. And we don't even know that these drains are working properly. And then there's sidewalks and the lighting. I'm a physical therapist with a geriatric specialty certification. I have educated many of my patients on the dangers of walking on surfaces that are uneven, particularly with fall risk, especially when you can't see clearly. Well, you may argue, well, that's just only older people. They don't really come on campus very much. But I want to ask you, how confident are you when you walk where you can barely see? I bet you if you closed your eyes almost all the way and just tried to walk across the stage, you would be afraid of falling too. I mean, anyone could fall on these sidewalks, not just our older people or people with disabilities. So I ask that you consider fixing the lights, fixing the sidewalks. We need good lighting and safe structures. Maybe you're only worried about the students and they get around just fine and they're young and healthy, but what of our students who have physical disabilities? Not just those that maybe use wheelchairs, but those who even use crutches. I have access to plenty of equipment. I'd be happy to let you have the lived experience here at Liberty High School. Let you run around with crutches or roll around on a wheelchair. It really can change your perspective. This is already a challenging environment without any of those problems. So, what would you say to a child who gets hit by a chunk of debris or falls in front of their friends when you didn't even support the effective repairs? I think that would be hard to answer. So I'm asking for your support. You have a choice to delegate funds to fix these problems correctly. And I want to thank all of you for considering that support.
Thank you, Ms. Eagler. Mr. Edwards, how much time do we have left?
3 minutes, 35 seconds.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 more people that want to speak. I'm fine with letting both of them speak. Are y'all fine with going over the time a little bit? Okay, Mr. Dietrich, I saw where you had raised your hand, and Mr. Ashwell, we'll get you right after him.
I'm Dave Dietrich of the 4th, and I wasn't going to talk today, but I feel compelled to talk, and I actually want to address the issue of what occurred up in Richmond the other day, and that was that one of the school board members was asked to step down, and it was a person who had been nominated and appointed by Governor Youngkin. The issue was socialism. And this person apparently did not have the right attitude about socialism. And I want to reiterate how vigilant you all need to be, please, in looking at that issue as you go forward in the school board. There are a lot of people that are enamored with socialism today. They have no earthly idea what they're talking about. I do, all right? And the reason I do is because in the mid-1980s, I spent time in the Soviet Union, in Czechoslovakia, in communist Poland, and in East Germany. East Germany, die Deutsche Demokratische Republik, the German Democratic Republic. Notice what it says, Democratic Republic. It was a socialist state. Now, what is the difference between our form of government and socialism? Our form of government is based on natural rights, laws that apply to all equally, and constitutional authority, and our rights come from God, our maker. Socialism, rights come from government, and you have no rights under socialism. And in every place I saw and visited, the elite were extremely wealthy, they were powerful, they could go and come wherever they wanted to, and it was the average person that lived just like everybody else. They had no natural rights. They didn't even have property rights, and property being their own being as well as stuff they owned. And they also were equally impoverished. That's socialism. And anybody that says that Western Europe is a socialist community is wrong about that too. I lived in the other Germany for 3 years, the Bundesrepublik Deutschland, the Federal Republic of Germany. And that is a free constitutional republic that's built on natural law, just like the United States is. Please, please be vigilant and do not fall for that lie. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dietrich. Mr. Ashwell?
I speak to you tonight reflecting back over a number of years. I graduated from this high school in 1968, and it seems to me that these seats were a lot more comfortable in 1968 than they are today. I listened to the parents of these Liberty students that talk about the porticos and their danger. And as Mr. Holbrook pointed out a week or two ago, I saw a quote in the paper that he had commented on the need to fix them, I would assume, both at Stanton River as well as here. They need some work, there's no question about it. But as I listened to two of the mothers speak about the dangers of mold, mildew, I think about Stanton River, the auditorium that is a smaller version of this that was built a year before this one was built, whose chairs are equally as difficult to sit in. I was out there a couple of weeks ago for the Hall of Fame festivities, and it seems to me the doors out there, the same doors that were there in 1995 when I left as principal at Stanton River. During my years at the river, when it rained, we had enough water floating down here next to the stage that we could float duck decoys on them. And I understand it still has that kind of water problem when it rains. Besides that, the Math Science Building has a mold problem. It has had a mold problem since the day that we moved in Easter week of 1998. At the end of that summer, when we got ready to distribute books that we'd stored over there, we had to clean them up because they had mold on them. And it was a new building. The HVAC system has never been effective. It needs replacing, and until such time as that system is replaced, you're not going to fix the mold problems at Stanton River High School. I don't know what you got to do to fix the gym, probably start from one brick or two. I don't mean the gym, I mean the auditorium. But just as the student who spoke to you all said that the students at this high school deserve the same facilities and opportunities as at another high school in our county, that also holds true at Stanton River. I'm not familiar with the different options, but my experience tells me that it's past time to fix the problems here and the problems at Stanton River. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ashwell. With that, I will close public comment time. Moving on to item 7, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Madam Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
I have a motion from Dr. Mealy. Do I have a second? Second from Mr. Daniels. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Consent agenda is approved. Okay, moving on to item 8, we're going to pick up with staff reports and information that wasn't addressed at 5 o'clock. And we left off with Dr. Mealy's questions regarding the second quarter data.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First, I want to just say thank you for that presentation, Dr. Trosper. I know that it was very well done. and I know that your team is working very hard, especially with interventions. I thank the teachers. This has not been an easy 2 to 3 years, and I know everyone is working really hard. So my comments are not specifically directed at you or the teachers. But I know, Dr. Bergen, we've had several conversations about data, and last month, I believe you said to me, you know, we're going to have a lot of information this month about data. And what we got today was basically about 30 or 32 data points. But we did not in any way discuss the performance of our reporting groups, our subgroups. I know we've talked about that. You've said that it was very important. You said that this board would be able to get that information. This board came to consensus regarding that several months ago. So where is this information? Because what we have right now is a 30,000-foot view of our performance. We need to get down to, the board needs to understand, as well as the public, where all the groups are performing. Because I think if you look at some of the subgroup information, just from, say, past SOL tests, there are things that really jump out to us regarding the performance of these subgroups. So can you help me understand why we didn't get this information? Because you said we would get like a bunch of information.
The subgroup information is going to mirror very closely with what you saw as the overall pass rates, which are very low, Mealy. So a subgroup of very low performance is going to be very low. But I'm happy to produce a report for the school board that we can share by subgroup the division level data like we've shared tonight.
Okay, so we'll have all the subgroups. That'd be Black, Hispanic, all of the reporting subgroups that we would have: students with disabilities, disadvantaged students, English learner students, Hispanics, Blacks, if I didn't mention that, white, Asian, all of the reporting groups that we would have. We need to have some performance data from each of those groups, because that's going to help us as a board understand better how our students are performing, and the public how our students are performing. I also am going to tag on to Mr. Daniels. I know I have asked several times to get this information also by grade, by school, by grade, and by content area. And we've yet to see that. And again, that was a consensus from this board that we would have school, grade, content area. Because that's the only way we're going to see exactly where our students are performing. I think it was last month, Mr. Hill made a public comment about wanting to see a 20% improvement in the performance of our students. I don't think anybody on this board is going to be able to really monitor that, see that at all, if we don't have that kind of information. The data that we got certainly provides some, but that's not enough for us to look at reallocating resources perhaps, or helping, understanding how we might be able to better help the division. So I think that just needs to be something that is a constant moving forward. I mean, does this board agree that we need, very specific data as we move forward on a regular basis? Do we have consensus? Yes. So, to me, I think it's got to be that we have it by school, by grade, by content area, by subgroup. That way we have an idea. I mean, of our subgroups, do you as our superintendent know which subgroup is performing the highest? Do you know which one's performing the lowest? I don't. I mean, I've looked at past SOL data, and I can give you an idea of what I believe is going on, but that's really older information. So I think it's really important that is something we get, and I hope the board would also provide consensus about this. Whenever that benchmark is given, we need to have that as much as possible at the next meeting. Like if all of our benchmarks were completed, and I'm just picking a month here, in January, then we should have that information at our February meeting. It needs to be fresh information. I mean, how do you all feel? Yes?
Yes.
The other thing I'd like to just,
So, before you go on too far, so you're calling for consensus?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, that's technically, I believe, my job.
Okay, I'm
to
sorry.
do that. So, so you're asking for data to be broken down in subgroups?
Well, by school, by grade, by content area, by subgroup.
And I understand needing to see that, but what are you, and I'm not trying to start anything, I'm just asking for my clarification here. What are you hoping to get from that?
Well, I think it will tell us, number one, once you get down into that sort of detail, it gives you a better idea of, for instance, which groups need the most help, which schools might need the most help. I mean, I don't have.
Well, I mean, again, I don't mean to interrupt, I'm just trying to save time here. I understand what you're trying to get from that, but what are you going to do with that?
Well, I think that depends on what it is. I think then that gives us a basis for asking more in-depth questions about what we are doing. I don't think any of us are going to be able to, that's not our job to initiate change, but it is our job to be talking to instruction and Dr. Bergen to what do you need from us? Can we reallocate resources to you? How can we improve this? To just get into an
I just wanted to make sure, because it is not I just wanted to make sure we were not crossing that line of day-to-day operations, because that's not our job.
No. But we can't ask relevant questions about what's going on if we don't have the data in front of us to ask
that's
those
fine.
questions.
Are you fine with that, Dr. Bergen?
I'm going to continue to reflect on this request from Dr. Mealy and with each of you. I'm going to repeat, benchmark data, interim data, the most important consumer of that information is the child who took the assessment and the teacher who provided that instruction. So the classroom teacher should understand how their students performed on a benchmark assessment, and if they didn't perform well, the teacher should have an understanding as to what would have contributed to an individual child or all of their students not performing well. The next important consumer is the principal, who's the instructional leader in that building and understands the strengths and areas of concern and areas of growth for a teacher and the students in that classroom and the challenges of that particular community. I hold the principal accountable for understanding the data for their school, and the principal holds teachers accountable for the data for their students. And as I'm hearing myself talk, I want to make sure that our teachers who are listening do not hear me or us teacher bashing, that our teachers aren't working hard enough because the benchmark assessments are low, because they're working very, very hard in the most challenging of environments, and I have nothing but respect and love, as we all do, for the work of our teachers. It's concerning if I was a teacher and I hear a board asking to see data at that specificity, that we are micromanaging our teachers from the dais or from central office. It's the administration's responsibility, from me to Dr. Woodford, to Dr. Trosper, to our instructional specialists, to understand by school, by grade, by content level, how our students are performing and the instruction that our teachers are providing and the leadership that our principals are providing. And when we see there's a need for additional intervention and supports, that we will provide that within the resources that are allocated within the budget, which is the responsibility of the board. So I do believe the board and the community needs to know and hear from the superintendent and from the school division how we're performing as a school division, and that we're on track, and that we have nothing but the highest expectations for our students, which we do. We are veering into a lane of day-to-day operations and oversight that I would ask for consensus. If I report to this board, and if this board wants this level of data, this specificity of data, then I'll certainly provide it. But I don't believe that that is any school board's role to be at that level of specificity. In answer to your question, Madam Chair.
Well, Dr. Organ, I would say a couple of things. First of all, I was very specific in saying that I appreciate all the work that the teachers have done and the instruction team has done. So for you to insinuate otherwise is very disturbing.
reflecting on
That's
my
just
own
what you said.
comments, not yours, as
Okay,
I
okay,
hear
what-
myself speak.
And then the other thing is that I think the public has a right to know exactly where we stand. That's not teacher bashing. That's a whole, that tells me you don't have a healthy culture. If we can't look at ourselves and say, this is where we need to improve, that's not healthy. So looking at this data helps us as a board understand, and no one mentioned day-to-day. Mrs. Kirby just asked me, I want to make sure we're not veering into day-to-day. This is informational. And I think when you start saying that that's micromanaging, nobody's micromanaging. It's a matter of being informed, not only the board being informed, but the public being informed. And with the information we have right now, we're not fully informed.
I think that what you're driving at is the level of granularity that we're looking for helps us helps the public understand what actions need to be taken. And I think that that's the important thing, to find out where we're over the target and where we're not. I think that's all that it is, in saying this is exactly where we are. This is the subgroups, this is the schools, this is the grades, this is the subjects. And now, by the way, even more so, this is now what our action plan is. Not our action plan, your guys' action plan, with the teachers, with the principals, everybody pulling in the same direction, because at the end of the day, it's all about the results for our kids. That's what we're driving at. I believe that's why Dr. Mealy is being so passionate about this, and I would agree. So I think that's all it is. It's information for us and for the public, but it helps us understand where you guys and the whole instructional team is coming from to drive us to better results.
Brief? Yes.
Okay, so with that being said, as far as what the information that Dr. Mealy is requesting, do you agree with that request? Yes. Mr. Nelms? I'm fine with the way it's been presented. I don't need any extra. Mr. Holbrook, how do you feel?
I mean, of course, more data is better, but I mean, like you said, I'm kind of fine the way it is too.
So which would you prefer? Do you want a more detailed data, or you want to leave it as it is?
Well, I mean, as it is fine with me. I mean,
Okay.
it's just broke down into subgroups now, correct?
No.
Not at all.
It's generally
Just broad data. Well, I'll be honest with you, I don't agree with the whole thing of subgroups, period. It's only the human race. And I get some races are maybe discriminated against and more so than others, but until we stop talking about it and referring to it as that, it's never going to be going away. So, I mean, I think the broad data's fine. I mean, they're all kids. They're all kids to me, so.
I mean, what if we just leave the black, white, Asian part out of it? I mean, what is that really telling us? I mean, it's not relevant. The school is what's relevant, or the
School to grade the subject.
Schools and grades the subject. That's it. We don't need to know their race and anything like that. That's
Okay,
irrelevant.
so now we're changing it to subgroups less the racial indication.
That's not needed.
Yes, ma'am.
Chairman, it is very important, I feel, that we as board members receive the data on our subgroups. All state and federal guidelines regarding assessments, it certainly addresses subgroups, whether we like it or not. They exist, and we need to know. So I stand with Mr. Daniels and Dr. Mealy that we need this information. It's important as school board members that we are informed. We are certainly not being critical. I know that I'm not, and I don't believe the other board members are being critical of our instructional team at all. We know the work that you guys are doing, and we know you're working hard, and we know that there's been some very, very challenging years. But I want to be informed. My community members are asking me, and I owe them to have a level of knowledge and understanding regarding all of our students' assessment data. Now, I know we're putting this to a vote, but I had a question regarding the 45-day. And if I need to wait on that,
Okay,
I
can you
can
wait?
wait.
Let's get this report settled. Now, you, Mr. Nelms, you said that you wanted the same data but without the racial indication. Mr. Daniels, are you staying with the same subgroups with the indication or no?
No, I don't need that.
Okay, so we have 2 without. I'm fine without any further data. Mr. Holbrook, you said without the racial indication? You want the racial indication, and am I correct?
Yes.
So we have 3 for the report without the racial indication.
That would be by grade, by school, by grade, by content area.
Madam Chair, I would just like to point just one thing out to the board, and obviously we'll give you what you wish for, but in some of our schools, if we break that down to teacher at grade level, sometimes we only have 1 teacher. And if we break it down to students with disabilities in our smaller schools, or we may be sharing confidential information because some of our schools are so small, it's going to be, so I would like some permission to not make that information public because it would be student identifiable.
Do y'all grant that? Is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
School, grade, content.
School grade and content. Okay, any further questions?
I had one more. Is that okay? I just wondered if these scores that we're seeing are, and I'm going by what I used to know, which may be completely outdated, so forgive the question. Are these cut scores or raw scores?
Cut scores.
And what is the cut score that we're looking at?
From the DOE, actually, you've probably seen those before. They're not that different from what you used when you were a principal.
So what were they, the ones that we use today? Like, you know, I'm going by, for instance, I remember social studies specifically where the cut score was like 57 or something like that.
It's different for every subject, but that's what we're using as cut scores like that. So it's
Exactly what the state is asking
Yeah.
for. So it varies per grade level and by subject, which we could send that out in a Wednesday memo to give you some more information. I don't know that we know that off the top of our heads. We actually...
Yeah, I'm not asking you to do that right
Yeah.
now. Does then it also include descriptors of that performance? I mean, how do we know, you know, like usually when you do cut scores, there's also some sort of descriptor that differentiates between a student who maybe reached basic mastery versus proficient versus advanced. So are we looking at anything like that when we do these cut scores, or do we understand, I mean, there's a big difference if a class is just basic versus a class that may be proficient or advanced in their understanding of the content material.
It's more into classroom specific. Our testing platform gives teachers reports on that where we actually decided what that range would be based on what you described. So teachers get a report where it will tell the student if they're that tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3, and that report will tell them how the class overall did. So there's some really good data that comes from the benchmark test. So the pass rate's the cut score, but as I said in the presentation, to me it's much more important that report. How did we tier those kids? What
Exactly.
standard was weakest and all? So the teachers have that at the classroom level.
Okay, can we move on to Ms. Harrison and come back if you have any more?
So, Dr. Trosper, I wanted to just get some clarification on the 45-day plan that you mentioned as a step that you guys are taking to help get these scores up. So can you elaborate, have the principals started writing these plans?
Yes,
They have.
as we've reviewed our school improvement plans, that's something their leadership teams are talking about and how to hone in on that data. So they have started, yes.
They have started.
Yes.
And have you all looked at the plans?
No, not yet. It's not time yet. The 45-day hasn't started.
When will it start?
I'd have to go back and do the math. I'm not sure. It's 45 days before the test, so I don't know off the top of my head.
And that's kind of a general 45. A lot of principals shared with us we're going to do a cumulative benchmark right before spring break. And so they're looking at their data to start when they come back with that remediation. And they've already started remediation with their remediation money, bringing extra personnel in. We've used some additional CARES Act money to give additional hours for remediation to some of our schools. We have been talking to, Virtual Virginia has some good credit recovery courses that some of our principals are looking at putting some of their students in to give them something different. So it's kind of a combination of all that. We call it the 45-day plan. I don't know that it's actually 45 days. I mean, the idea is the last 9-week push. But I think all of our principals are really thinking about that, especially after these scores. All that we definitely met with have been talking about it with us
So then the objective of the 45-day plan is to do what again?
To really analyze the data from this benchmark and the cumulative benchmark, which I think will give us information about, do we have all of that information? Are we ready for the test? And then make that last push before the SOL test for students.
Will it include action steps, things that they can do to?
You have the
Yeah, absolutely. Based on what the data shows, and our teachers are creating reviews, lesson plans, going back and reteaching skills where the students showed they need it. And quite honestly, most of the schools that we've worked with, the ones in highest need, they had started that early on. After the first quarter data, after the growth assessments, whatever data they have been using that. So, but that's typically, it's reflected in lesson plans. They talk about those in grade level meetings, department meetings, and so on.
Just as everyone has said here tonight, and it's certainly no reflection on our teachers, even on you guys as an instructional team, but I think we all, at least I hope all of the board members here would agree that the data that we receive today, that information is disturbing. It's very, very concerning. And I hope that the plans that you've put in place, this 45-day plan and all the other interventions and things that you all are working towards to help bring up these scores, that we can get them up there. Because it's just very concerning, this data information where we are, very, very much so. And that goes for all of our students. Every single one of them, all across all ethnicities. It's important that all of our students achieve. That's all I have, Madam Chairman, on this topic.
Dr. Mealy, I know you have more, but let me see if anyone else does as well. Does Dwayne have any? Okay, Dr. Mealy.
No, I'm fine.
You sure?
Madam Chairman, yes.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on to item 3.03, dual enrollment and advanced placement information.
Yes, Madam Chair, tonight we're sharing for the board and for the community our current course offerings for dual enrollment and advanced placement courses. As you have reviewed this data, or as you're reviewing it with us this evening, you are going to notice some noticeable differences in the number and in the type of courses that are available in each of the 3 high schools, both currently and historically. There are a number of factors that are going to contribute to this. Those would include the size of the campus and the number of students in the student body, the interest of the students within that student body as they self-select their courses through the making course selections through their school counselor, and whether or not we have teachers with licensure to be able to teach the courses, particularly dual enrollment. All that stated, we're committed, as articulated in our strategic plan, to ensuring that there will be college-level courses available to all of our students in all 3 of our high school zones. And I know that I would hope you and our public would understand it's not reasonable that we're going to duplicate all of the course offerings on all 3 campuses. However, we should have, and we are working on identifying at least 1 course in each content area, math, language arts, science, and social studies, that would be available to all of our students regardless of where they attend high school. So we're also presenting this information tonight for the board's consideration because we are in the budget development process, and the board has had some conversation about wanting to understand what we currently spend towards and what families spend towards dual enrollment and towards AP classes. So part of the presentation tonight we'll be sharing with you what the costs are associated with the offerings we have in dual enrollment and advanced placement courses. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. Tonight I would like to provide some information about the dual enrollment and advanced placement, or AP, courses in Bedford County Schools. But the first thing I'd like to do is apologize that the data that I loaded on board docs on Tuesday had some courses missing on the advanced placement slide. This was updated yesterday to reflect correct information that I re-verified with principals and counselors and with Dr. Trosper's help yesterday. So what you do see is correct. There are two pathways for our students to acquire college coursework credit at our 3 high schools. And these pathways are dual enrollment and AP classes. Dual enrollment courses are offered at all 3 high schools and at the Susie Gibson Science and Technology Center and at the Bedford and Lynchburg CVCC campuses. We're going to focus on the dual enrollment courses offered on our actual campuses that are accessible to any of our students. When courses are offered on our campuses, our teachers are the instructors for the course. For them to be an approved instructor, they must have 18 hours of master's level coursework in the specific content that they will be teaching. This can often limit our school offerings because of the certifications required. We often have difficulty finding teachers for our classes, especially our content classes at the high school level, and it's even harder to find teachers who are certified to be approved for dual enrollment. There is tuition funding assistance, though, for staff members that want to complete the 18 required hours, but it does require a large time commitment for our staff to do what would equate to 6 master's classes. Central Virginia Community College does work in partnership with us to provide curriculum expectations, syllabi expectations, and they approve our teachers. Any student receiving a C or better in any dual enrollment course can transfer that credit to any accredited college in Virginia. Our second pathway to college credit is advanced placement courses, and they are offered only on our high school campuses. And we can also access a virtual option through Virtual Virginia, which has really allowed us to open up our AP courses to more students, even if we just have 1 or 2 on a campus who would like to take a course. We can use that through Virtual Virginia. To teach an AP course, the teacher must attend a week-long training that's called the boot camp, the AP boot camp, to add rigor to their content knowledge and learn the expectations students must learn to take and pass the AP test with a high score. The College Board prescribes the curriculum and standards for every AP course. Once students take the test at the end of the course, they receive a score between 1 and 5, and then it's up to the college that they attend to determine if the student will receive college credit for that course. Each university program is different, so we help our students through our guidance department and through the use of Major Clarity be aware of what the score is that they would need on an AP exam to earn that college credit, as it's not just automatically generated as it is in a dual enrollment course. With our AP teachers, obviously, we can provide the certification by paying for them to go to the week-long training. So sometimes it's easier to find teachers and then get them that AP endorsement through the week-long boot camp. Students taking courses on our school campuses with our teachers currently pay 25% of the cost for tuition. This equals about $38.50 per credit hour. We do offer assistance for students that qualify for reduced lunch, and we only charge them $19.50. Students that qualify for free lunch do not pay any dual enrollment fees. All of the money that we collect in that 25% tuition from families is paid directly to CVCC from Bedford County Public Schools after it's collected. We don't keep any of that money. Students that take early college at the CVCC Bedford campus or at the Lynchburg campus, they do pay 100% of their tuition, which is approximately $4,400 a year, really depending on how many credits they're receiving. At the completion of the dual enrollment program or the early college program, students have earned a 2-year degree from CVCC, and they have completed most of the requirements for their first 2 years of undergraduate study at the college level. So students who attend our early college program often reduce their time at a 4-year institution later, saving their family a considerable amount in tuition compared to what they pay if they take it as a junior or a senior here in Bedford. We also have students that can attend the CTE Academy, and they would also pay full tuition, which can be up to $4,000 to $6,000 per year, depending on the course of study. Some of the CTE course offerings at CVCC have more credit hour requirements, so therefore the cost is higher. We do have regional programs that are paid for by our school division as part of our agreement with them and our MOUs. These programs also offer dual enrollment credit. These include the STEM Academy, Central Virginia Governor School, and Roanoke Valley Governor School. Students in the STEM Academy on the CVCC campus pay 32% of their tuition, which is about $1,875, and Bedford County School pays the remainder, which is $4,025. Bedford County Schools does pay 100% of the cost of both governor schools, which is actually a requirement from the state of Virginia. That tuition varies some. I know RVGS is going to go to about $5,000 next year per student. And then Central Virginia Gov School is about the same at about $4,800. I want you to know we do pay for textbooks for all of these programs. The CTE Academy, the STEM Academy, the Governor School, and all dual enrollment courses taken, and early college. And we also provide transportation from all 3 high schools to all of these programs. Textbooks are a considerable expense, about $50,000 each year. Because at the college level, professors like to choose their textbooks, and they update them much more often than we would at the school level. For our AP courses, students pay $40 of the $97 required for the AP test, and Bedford County Public Schools pays $57 towards the AP test given at the end of the year. We again offer discounts and for any students who qualify for free and reduced lunch to assist students. Our schools offer many opportunities for dual enrollment and AP courses. Recently, the Joint Legislative Audit and Review Commission, known as JLARC, completed a study entitled The Cost of Virginia's Dual Enrollment Program. I've linked this report to this slide for anyone who is interested in looking at the recommendations and summary of dual enrollment opportunities across the state. This report has brought widespread attention to the cost for school divisions and community colleges to offer high school students dual enrollment college credit. The General Assembly is currently considering the report findings and recommendations. The majority of the cost for dual enrollment at our high school level is provided by our school division through the purchase of materials, textbooks, and salaries for our teachers. Currently, we use a program called Major Clarity to develop student academic pathway planning, which helps us look into the future to develop course offerings and potential subjects that we need to consider adding to our course catalog based on the interest of our students and what they want to do once they leave high school. For instance, we have recently seen a rise in interest in cybersecurity, which we will be adding this year to our CTE Gibson offerings. We are very excited about that. So due to the requirements that the teacher has to have that 18 hours of master's level work in the content they're teaching, this can sometimes limit our ability to offer certain dual enrollment courses at our high schools. As an example, there is a certified dual enrollment teacher with master's hours in accounting at Jefferson Forest High School, but there is no teacher with those credentials at the other two high schools. Having teachers with a variety of credentials can sometimes give schools the opportunity to offer different options to students based on the teacher's licensure. We can expand our course offerings if we set aside money to support payment of teachers for their coursework. And we certainly have been discussing the opportunity that virtual instruction will give us and offering hybrid opportunities to our students. Currently, we have 3 dual enrollment courses offered at all 3 high schools, College English Comp, College Lit, and College Pre-Calc. While schools have been able to use the varied certification of teachers to offer different courses for dual enrollment, it does, as I said, cause some differences between our high schools. Currently, Stanton River High School offers the most dual enrollment credit with 7 courses. Jefferson Forest High School and Liberty High School have 4, and we also have 4 programs at Susie G. Gibson that offer dual enrollment credit, and again, that's based on our teachers' credentials and college coursework. Obviously, Gibson would not have any of the core content course offerings that the other 3 high schools would because they only provide CTE opportunities. Advanced placement courses have always been a strong offering for all of our high schools. While there are differences in AP and dual enrollment in regards to college credit, expectations, and sometimes rigor, both are important depending on the student's college and career pathway. As students research and develop their academic career plans in middle school and high school, students are able to determine which is better for them, dual enrollment or advanced placement. Currently, we offer a large variety of AP courses. JF offers 21 courses, Liberty High School offers 18, and Stanton River High School offers 13. Many AP options can be offered through Virtual Virginia, and we have actually had courses that we've offered in a hybrid format with a teacher teaching on one campus and students attending virtually from another campus with a support teacher in the classroom. Course offerings will automatically become more available with all of the options that have really opened up to us the last few years with the virtual technology abilities we have grown and fostered. As a reminder, we base our course offerings on student interest. And if there are some courses not offered, it may mean that students actually didn't sign up or express interest in the course. In order for a teacher to be qualified to teach an AP course, again, I said they must attend that 1-week training. We require teachers to do this training before they can teach the course because we want them to be able to teach the course rigorously enough for our students to get the highest score possible so that they can get that college credit. We're also adding a requirement this year for teachers that if they haven't been to the boot camp in a while, or if the AP test has been updated, that they return for updated training to stay current with the AP curriculum. With staff attrition, we try to keep certain courses available to all students, but I will say this has become more difficult in the last few years, and we're continuing to build that expertise back up. As you can see, we have 12 courses in common offered on all 3 campuses in our AP offerings. Again, we can also use Virtual Virginia. They don't offer dual enrollment courses, but they do offer a wide variety of AP courses. As part of the Strategic Framework Goal 1, which is high academic expectations, our action steps include some of the following items that we will look to pursue over the next 2 to 3 years. First, we're going to work with CVCC when we do our MOU this year to discuss the elimination of the 25% tuition charge to students taking dual enrollment courses. Because, again, as I said, we currently pay teachers. We purchase all the textbooks and all the materials. If we can't work this out, then we could consider paying for that 25% charge. And I'm going to give you the estimated cost for that in a future slide if that's something we want to consider when we look at budgets in work sessions coming up. Secondly, we would like to ensure that there is a way to receive college credit, whether it's through an AP course or a dual enrollment course, for every core offering. We want to make sure we have an English, a math, a science, and a history. Already, you can see we offer much more than that, but we do want to ensure that every student has an opportunity for at least one of those college credits in each of those core courses. At this time, we have double the AP courses than our dual enrollment opportunities. AP courses are rigorous, and we can control the training the teachers receive, and we can actually probably have more teachers prepared for AP to give that a strong option for students. However, one goal is to improve the pass rates in all AP courses to ensure that students are receiving the highest test score they possibly can to receive college credit. We have seen in the last few years, as we've added a lot of AP course offerings, that some of those courses that the scores have decreased. And so we want to make sure we're offering them, but we're also teaching at the very highest level so our students get the most from them. Currently, AP exams cost $97. As I said, we pay $57 and students pay $40. Again, we have those reduced and free and reduced lunch rates that are smaller or lower for some students. Part of our strategic framework, some of our action steps would be to pay the full amount of the test for the chosen AP courses. And again, I'll share budget expenditures with you and what that would cost if we paid for all AP tests. We do have some students who take AP courses and don't take the test. And so we would really like to encourage students, if you've put in that time in the classroom, we want to encourage you to take the test. And if it is the fact they can't pay for that test or that $40, we would like to eliminate that for them. And one additional goal that will possibly take a little bit longer than 2 to 3 years is that we would like to offer a dual enrollment course to all students, such as a 1-credit college and careers skills course, one that's currently already offered through CVCC. So this would mean all students from BCPS would graduate with 1 credit toward college, but the reason for that would be to build their confidence that they can do college coursework. We want to give them that opportunity with our support. So we would love for all of our kids to leave high school with at least 1 college credit. So throughout the school year, the board has asked our team to consider several items for budget purposes. So I'm going to share some approximate costs for things that have been requested or mentioned from the board, so that you will have that information as you do and go into your budget work sessions in the next few weeks. Earlier in the presentation, I shared the approximate cost for paying 100% of dual enrollment for all students that take dual enrollment courses on our campuses and for all AP tests. So the tuition cost for dual enrollment would be about $78,000 based on the number of students we have enrolled in dual enrollment now. And if we were to fully fund all AP tests based on what we have in current enrollment, it would be approximately $63,000 each year. In addition, if we were to fund 100% of the cost for early college, we currently have 102 student spots at the Bedford CVCC campus. If we redirected the student ADM and we paid the full tuition at early college for our 102 students, it would be about $448,800. Some things to think about. To do this, we would have to do some recalculation on the number of FTEs that we would provide to the high schools, which could impact some of the variety of electives and variety of class offerings that they have at the school level. It could also change class sizes to raise some of those class sizes, but we can also consider, as we go into budget work session, even partial funding of early college for those students, and it's definitely something we can talk about, and Randy can break those figures down for you when we go into budget work session. I do want to remind you that we do pay for textbooks for all of these programs, which is about $50,000 per year to cover all of our programs. Another request has been scholarships for the CTE Academy on our CVCC campus in Lynchburg. I would like to say we would only consider offering programs or scholarships for programs that we don't currently offer at Susie G. Gibson. To divert funds away from our current CTE programs at Gibson would only hurt our programs here. So we would consider programs that we don't have offerings for. And I would suggest possibly scholarships for students whose families can't afford that tuition. The cost estimate, again, is based on a possible, let's just say 3 scholarships for juniors and 3 for seniors. So that would cost approximately between $36,000 and $41,000 per year. That would be the CTE Academy, or it would be early college. If we weren't paying for all of early college, but we wanted to offer scholarships, we can do that in a variety of ways. Again, there's always fluctuation. These are approximate amounts based on the average cost for the programs that we currently have. And I would be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Dr. Mealy?
Dr. Woodford?
Yes.
Are you aware of any students who were not able to take a course because it wasn't offered at their school and we weren't able to work out something digitally or whatever? For example, I'm just going to pick AP Physics. I'm at Stanton River, I want to take that. Well, there's only 2 other kids who want to take it, so they're not going to create a class for me. Would I have access to maybe one of the other high schools that are giving that, and what would that look like?
So it would be a couple of things that we would discuss. We have given principals the autonomy to sign up for any virtual Virginia courses if that's the direction a student would like to go, to get that coursework and to be able to work on their school campus. And so they have registered kids. So we have several kids on all 3 campuses that we might have 1 or 2 taking kind of a specialty AP course. We have in the past, physics is a really good example. We had students enrolled at a very large class at Stanton River High School at one time, had a large class at JF, and we only had a few students at Liberty High School. So we did a hybrid version. The teacher taught at Stanton River High School. A science teacher was in a classroom with about 5 students in the physics class on the Liberty High School campus to support them, but the teacher did the teaching on screen. It was actually synchronous, so it was happening in live time, and the teacher could communicate with all the students. So we've done that. We've encouraged principals. I don't want to say we've never said no to an offering. The only thing I think we would, if we just couldn't get it in a virtual format or we couldn't hook up with another school. Prior to this year in the 7-period day, some of our issues with doing hybrid or sharing a teacher were that we were on different schedules. So that's one of the reasons we went to the 7-period day with all high schools on the same schedule, so we could do some of that hybrid teaching. We've also talked about, when we're introducing new courses, possibly hiring them to be in the central zone, but visit classrooms at Stanton River and JF, or however, travel around, so that there's face-to-face time with the teacher, and the other days there's hybrid teaching online. So we have lots of options, and we encourage principals and guidance counselors not to say no, to reach out to us and let's talk about what we can do, because there's just so much we can do now with the help of technology.
Right, I just had several parents who have, been concerned about that, but I think what I'm hearing you say definitely is that if it's at all possible in this world to work this out, the division is going to do that, and parents just need to work with principals and teachers and maybe even you.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I do think that's a fairly new thing to kind of try to think outside the box, and I think the pandemic just pushed us into realizing there's so much we can do without saying no. So
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
If I can extend on Dr. Woodford's response to your question, Dr. Mealy, this is one of the reasons I wanted our 3 high schools to have a common bell schedule, because if we're going to share resources such as a teacher, we have to have a common bell schedule. Otherwise, we can't share the resource. So we're now in a position that we can be more creative in our thinking about how can we ensure that the two children on one campus who want to take an AP class can, if we can connect them in through creative ways where there's a larger number of students on another campus. So that's the focus that I've asked the team to go. Again, it's based on student interest. I think you all would know, we really knock it out of the park now with the number of offerings we have. We just don't have the same, we don't have a core, what I call a core stable of courses that I think should be available to all kids in Bedford County. And so we're working on identifying those based upon student interests and where we have staffing that we can accomplish that. It's an area we can get better, so.
Any other questions?
Yeah, can we go back one slide, please? Whoever has the PowerPoint. I also just wanted to point out on these costs, the first one, the $78,000, we're the fiscal agent on that. So children who are taking a dual enrollment course in our schools, we're paying the teacher's salary. And then we're collecting 25% of what CVC would charge for that course. And then we're the fiscal agent. We're giving the money to CVCC. So we've not budgeted that. That has come out of the pockets of parents. The $448,000 is going from the pockets of parents directly to CVCC at the early college because that's their building. It's not our teachers, it's their staff. That's why there's such a difference in those figures. I just want to make sure that was clear. The $63,000 on AP, now parents are paying if their child takes the AP test. Randy, Karen, did we calculate that if everyone took one who was eligible to take one last year, it would have been 63? Okay.
I calculated it
You counted
based
up.
on the number of students right now in our AP courses, and if everyone took the test.
Right, and many of them don't, which is a head scratcher for me. We have so many kids who do all that work and then don't even take the assessment. So those figures also, while we're thinking about this for budget purposes, board members, are current offerings. I have aspirations, as I know you do too, that we want to have more offerings, and those costs are going to go up. The more students we have in AP, which is great, the more students we have in dual enrollment, the more courses we offer, the higher the budget figure is going to get. So we might have to think as we develop our budgets, minimums, maximums of what the board would like to put in the budget towards these things, if that makes sense. So, thank you.
I actually have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Actually, it's on this slide. Where on the last one where it says provide scholarships for a few spots at the CTE Academy. Now, I understand what you said, that we don't want to conflict with our own Susie Gibson, which we definitely don't want to do that. But when you say a few spots, but you're asking pay full for the above, or do you mean to pay full for the spots that are there as opposed to just handpicking 5 or 6 that would qualify and then making the rest of them pay?
So
you see what am I making sense?
Right. So the only students we have currently going to a CTE Academy is one who was sponsored by someone in the community, and then we did pay for our students who were juniors at Susie G. Gibson in electricity, and when we couldn't replace that teacher, we did pay for all of them to go to the CTE Academy to finish out their credentialing in their second year of electricity. We don't have many students who have requested to go to the CTE Academy, but if we did, we would basically say we're offering scholarships for students who are in need. I just needed a number to base just a rough estimate. So I said if we were to sponsor 3 juniors and 3 seniors. The one thing I should have said was not only the CTE Academy, but also early college, because that was something that I know the board was concerned about. What about students in early college who couldn't pay the tuition? So it would be an application process for a scholarship for tuition for families who are in need. Did I answer your question? Or we don't currently hold spots at CTE Academy. The student would have to apply to get in, and CVCC would decide if they would take them. And if they have a financial burden, we could assist them with scholarship money if we put that funding aside.
Okay. I guess where I'm going with this is, as a layperson, looking at this, it's looking like, okay, we're going to pay for everyone who wants to take dual enrollment to take dual enrollment. It looks like everyone who wants to take the AP tests, we're going to pay for those. And everyone who wants to sign up for early college, we're going to pay for them. But we're only going to pay for a few of the CTE Academy. Because it's a new program that we're just now learning about. We just talked about that not too long ago. So as we have more enrollments, we're still just going to pay for a few. We're not going to pay for all, like the other slide, the other bullet points of reading. So I mean, I just think that needs to be clarified a little bit, because that's how it's coming across, that it's kind of discriminatory against the CTE.
Right. And let me just say, those are just options of what I've heard you say. Like, we should be paying 100% of dual enrollment. We should be paying 100% of early college. I'm not suggesting we do any of that. I was just trying to give you money parameters to work with in budget. So if the board said, yes, we want to pay the full cost of AP test, then we have to find about $63,000 in next year's budget. The only reason I chose the scholarship side for the CTE Academy is they're pretty much, we offer most of the programs from the CTE Academy.
And I get that, so that would make it even fewer that would qualify for it.
Correct.
So again, the perception of reading this, where you say a few spots, it looks like you're not paying the attention or giving the consideration to the CTE Academy as the other one. So if you said pay scholarships for the eligible spots at CTE Academy.
Right. I hear what you're saying. And the other thing is, I will say, you can't get early college anywhere but CVCC, and I just want us to be aware the money that we put into CTE Academy at CVCC does take away from Gibson, and I just want us to be super aware of that with whatever we decide to do with that. But yes, I understand exactly what you're saying about supporting CTE Academy.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any more questions?
I just have one comment. I would just ask the board to be really thoughtful in their consideration of the third bullet, because that's going off of, if I understood Dr. Woodford, the current numbers. But if you all of a sudden opened that up, that number could explode, I would think.
Sure.
So
yeah, and there is some limitation.
Yes, tuition would be free, and you'd have a lot of kids who are saying, I think I'll take a course before. So that number could really explode.
It could. Now, CVCC does have kind of a limited, they built their program on 50 is in the junior class and 50 in the senior class, but have taken a couple of extra because they see they qualify. But our MOU is really to hold at 100. But you're right. If we do free tuition, I mean, that's a real deal for parents. And again, what we might want to consider is partial, or again, offering scholarships, and the board decide how many scholarships we offer to students who are eligible to go but may not be able to afford it. So we could also look at any variety of these 4 options.
And so Mrs. Curry, just to reiterate, we're not bringing this tonight as a recommendation.
I understand.
We're just letting you know what the costs are. So
I just wanted to clarify that for someone who might just be jumping in at the last minute and seeing that, and it looks off kilter. Anything further for Dr. Woodford? No, thank you. Okay, moving on to 4.01, the proposed adjustments to the approved CIP.
Right, so as Mr. Hagler makes his way forward, the last time we were together was the public hearing on the budget, Madam Chair, and you called for some discussion afterwards and provided some direction for the administration that you wanted us to reconvene the Facilities Committee, which we did. We reached out to Mrs. Hairston and Mr. Holbrook. We met with them, and we pulled out the study of the awnings. We had looked at it about a year ago, and it was slated in the CIP, as are many other things, by the way, for our viewing public, replacements of our auditoriums and an addition of a gymnasium and 100 other projects are in our 10-year CIP statement of need. We need to identify the funding to meet those needs. So we've articulated the needs, we know what the needs are, and we together are going to advocate for the funding in order to meet those needs. But to this point tonight, the board asked us to put the committee back together, look at the awning study, bring in our professional staff to review that information, and then come with a proposed adjustment to the CIP. So I'm going to ask Mr. Hagler to provide that information for you this time.
Yes, good evening. In the recommendation, the committee got together, we looked at ongoing projects that we're already committed to and moving forward with in the future years, so we have to set aside money for those until those bids come in. And so I briefed the committee on how much money is available for maybe going out for this project. We also talked about looking at the study and which one of the options would be preferred, and looking at option one. And I will say, for the committee's standpoint, and I know a lot of people spoke tonight, the committee is looking at lots of projects and lots of things, and you heard some of the needs from various schools tonight, and saying how do we best spend our money and move forward and trying to meet as many needs as we can. So, you know, the option one was the least expensive, and maybe that, looking at all the projects downstream, might be the reason that we moved that way. So these are estimates. These have not gone out for bid. I will say, from the committee standpoint, when we talked about the drainage, going down and looking at the drainage with a camera is, we decided we just need to replace those. They're just undersized. We don't know what's in there, so why even bother? So we wanted to fix that right, and so we have to get those new pipes over to, you know, the drainage areas as best we can. So once again, these are all estimated costs. We'd have to go out for bid. Getting the engineering studies done, getting it out for bid, there's just really no way to get it done this summer. We'd be scrambling, and then you'd be throwing it out there, and most likely you might get somebody to bid, but they don't want the work, so they're going to double the price, and you'd be paying a lot more probably in the end than you would. So we want to get the engineering studies done, the bid right, probably bid this out, get the bids back in November and December, have the board approve those, and get those construction firms up and ready to go by next summer. The complicating factor for Standing River in trying to go out there this year also is that we're doing the heating loop, and that's going to be dug up all in the interior of that, so having two construction companies out there fighting for space would be problematic. So be happy to answer any questions. The amount of funding that I told the committee that we really have available for this, part of that is based upon what you're going to approve later in the meeting, and also the board supervisors reappropriating last year's carryover money of $2.1 million towards the CIP project. So as long as that goes through, those numbers hold. If anything were to happen there, then, you know, that funding would be less. So with that, I'll just kind of ask the board if you have any questions, and also the committee members if they want to add anything to what I've said there. But I wanted to make a clarification, especially on the drainage and the projects, other projects that are ongoing. With that, we also made a recommendation to move this. It was on the CIP plan for FY29. Committee wanted to move it up to FY24, which is really the summer of 2024, and move that up and get that done as soon as possible for these schools. With that, the committee and the board will have to reshuffle the 10-year CIP. The entire 10-year CIP was not fully funded to begin with, but we'll have to look at what was in the out years. Some of those things might need to be pushed off unless the funding comes in. So as funding is available, I'm always looking at what can we launch on. I have to have a committed amount available before we'll go out for bid on anything, and that's how I'm guiding the board. Okay. With that, I think I covered everything. Ms. Hairston, Mr. Holbrook, did I miss anything on that?
No, you didn't. Madam Chairman, can we talk further about it, or should I wait until the committee meeting?
Let's go ahead and talk about this, then
Okay.
we'll just be able to bypass that when you get to the committee.
Good. Absolutely. The facility committee certainly did meet, and as Mr. Hagler said, our needs in our school division are vast when it comes to repairs and various needs, and these needs have gone on for some time, and we all know that in order to make the needed changes, and we've got to have the dollars. We need the money in which to do that. And so the committee certainly sat down and we looked at things. I wish that we would have had this particular document available for us to look at. I think that would have been helpful as well, but certainly Mr. Hagler did share with us what our options were in terms of our dollars and various things like that. There's no question that Liberty High School is in need of those coverings to be demolished, and they need new construction there. I personally, as a facility committee member, I'd like for us to go back to the table and would like for the board to certainly look at other ways in which we could possibly fund this completely. Let's put some new coverings there at both Stanton River High School and Liberty High School. And again, I know that's going to mean dollars and we may have to cut back, but I think we need to look and see what we can do here. And I want to encourage the community to really get actively involved in attending our Board of Supervisors meetings. I think it's very crucial that you make your voices heard. We need dollars in order to take care of this vast amount of construction and repairs that's needed in all of our schools. I don't know if Mr. Holbrook has anything that he'd like to say or add.
Well, I would like to just echo Ms. Hairston. You know, I would love to see them be completely replaced. I mean, Stanton River, I believe, is even in worse shape than Liberty is. Not to take anything away from Liberty. I mean, they're both in bad shape. But like she said, I mean, it's really ultimately down to money, and we don't have much of it at all. And there is a plethora of things wrong with not just these two schools, but numerous schools, numerous things. So yeah, we're going to be looking for ways to get funding, whether it be through the Board of Supervisors or raising money or whatever's got to happen. But you know, we may not be able to do it. I mean, that's just a hard fact. It's not that we don't want to. It's just may not be able to be possible. But just pray about it and you know, get involved, like they said. So.
Yes, ma'am.
I agree with the both of you. Money's an issue, but I also think that I don't want, I think one speaker said, put a Band-Aid on it, because we're only going to have to come back. Well, probably not this board, but future boards are going to have to come back and redo it. So, you know, I think you used the word demolish, and I think we need to fight as hard as we can to see if we can't do it right the first time. And if that requires going back to the committee and seeing what other alternatives may be there, such as what we discussed this evening, I think that's what we need to do. The students here right now and the ones that are coming in the future deserve the best building we can give to them, and this is not it right now. I would be concerned if my child were walking in places where there was mud and water pouring off the roof. So I think whatever we have to do, and I also agree with Mr. Holbrook, the community needs to come out in force to the Board of Supervisors to hopefully garner some help from them. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
I can echo all of them and just say I really feel after seeing them today, they need to be completely destroyed and new awnings need to be put up. Whether we go with the aluminum style or something else, something needs to be done. I do think we need to go out and try to find someone to come out. I mean, because this was done back in 2021. I think we need to get somebody to come out, do another study, and basically kind of give us an idea on what we're looking at, what design ideas can we do that's cost effective, yet it's going to last a long time, and it's going to make this place look a lot more better than what it is now. So, I mean, me, personally, I say we go with option 3 and just get rid of them and replace them.
I mean, yeah, you've heard it from everybody here, and anyone who's walked around here at Stanton River, they can see it. And you know, it's an eyesore. It does not look good. It does not do the job it's supposed to do. That rain is cold when it pools up and hits you on the back of the neck. I have a son that's in a wheelchair, and it's hard enough for people that are not in that situation to get around this campus and at Stanton River, and it's going to be even harder for that. So, I mean, option one is should not even be considered. And you know, there's been 20 plus years of this, and we were not here then, but we are here now. And you know, federal government does a good job of kicking the can down the road when it comes to things, but I think we stand up and we say enough is enough, and we've got to try to do something to make this happen. I mean, that's just the bottom line. So I guess we're going to have to go out for bid. We're going to have to find some options. We're going to have to move some things. You know, there's wants and there's needs, and then those needs also need to be prioritized. And I think we've heard loud and clear that this is a top priority for our community. So it's up to us to take action.
Agreed.
Of course, everyone here knows that my family bleeds red, white, and blue for liberty. You know, there's a lot of things that need to be fixed here. We go to, as I referred it to, the school down the road, and we sit in their auditorium, and we sit in, the people out there are sitting in nice cushioned seats. We're sitting in seats from the 1960s here, and man, they get harder every year you get older. I had to sit in them myself last night, and God bless y'all. If you look at some of these pictures here on this feasibility, on this study that we have now with canopies, you could look and see where there is some type of membrane on these, and it's torn. That's a temporary fix. Again, my family has been involved with Liberty High School at some point in time almost since its inception, since it opened its doors. And we are tired of settling for second best. We waited 10 years for our competition gym after Jefferson Forest got theirs, Stanton River got theirs, which gives them 2 technically competition gyms. We waited 10 years. I remember when the school down the road closed its doors for 2 weeks to remove some mold that was in the classroom, and our students have been walking out here under this mess for 2 years. It's ridiculous. We need to have the attention paid to us. Now, I know I'm not naive enough, I've been here long enough to know that technically all of this is a wish list. But I think we're hearing from enough people. And I think, now this is what I'm proposing, whether anybody else likes this or not, you can tell me what you want to do. This report was, and no offense, Mr. Hagler, just go with me on this one, okay? The CIP was presented to us. It was given to us. We are adjusting it as we are hearing from people, but of course we have to put other things off. And somebody else may not want to put that off. What I would like for us to do as a board, and maybe led by the facilities committee, but I would like for us as a board to sit together and have a CIP work session where we just work on the CIP, on what we're going to present. Because I know technically right now all of it is a wish list. But I would like for all of us to be on the same page of that wish list as we go about moving forward on what we're going to ask for and what we're going to get the money for. And if anybody's agreement with that, because I know the budget work sessions are coming up and some major talks are going to be coming up. So I honestly would like to schedule something like within the next couple of weeks if we could, if anybody else is interested.
Good.
What are your thoughts?
I would agree with that.
You want to agree with?
I agree.
Why don't we just consider maybe just resolving the facility committee altogether, and just as a board, we take a hard look at these major issues we have here, and that we do it collectively.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to do in
So
the work
we
and
the
the board.
facility committee.
No, not dissolve, not dissolve the committee, but all of us sit down together and have an input, as opposed to just a one committee
all of us together. And if you guys want to, since you have been dealing with this one-on-one, if y'all want to run the meeting.
No, I don't want to run it.
That
is not my point at all.
I meant lead the meeting.
No, I ran enough committees.
Yeah, well, I get that, I get that. But lead the committee and direct us what you know. And then we can put our input in from what we're hearing from our constituents, from our families that are out here. And we can work on it together and come up with a resolution together, so that way we know what we're going to ask for moving forward, because...
Well, I think that's a great idea, because, you know, looking at the CIP, it's a wish list without the funding, and things were just slotted in different years.
Right.
And I don't think it was done willy-nilly. It was kind of like, what did some staff and what we were looking at, and I know the canopies need to be done, but sometimes it's like, well, that HVAC at TJ, we got portable units in now, and you know, pretty soon all of them are going to be portable units. So it was kind of, we were slotting some things according to where we think what were the major failures and what could shut down an entire school. The canopies are important, auditoriums are important, gyms are important, but some of the mechanical will shut down a school, and what do you do with those kids? So some of them, like the canopies and auditoriums and gyms were probably slotted in different years, kind of like spreading out the major costs and stuff. But I think as a board, I think you're exactly right. It's the board's 10-year plan. We're going to slot things. We're going to work on funding. If the funding is available, this is our plan, and everybody can look at where their project is in the next 10 years. And then also, as we get in the budget, if we know we have the funding, the board says, okay, you know, for 24, that was our plan, our wish list. We've got the funding, launch on that to the staff. We okay that for the following year. So it's kind of a 10-year plan, but when we get close to that time frame, it's kind of the board saying, go ahead and launch on those. And then we go systematically one by one, because we don't know what the bids are going to be. So you don't want to overcommit, and you bring them in and you start moving them forward, and where staff can manage them over the summer, you can only do so many at a time. So a work session to work on the CIP plan. We've got a beginning document where we've got a lot of things slotted. Those can be arranged in what are the priorities. The long-term CIP plan is missing one thing, which has not been included. We took the facility study and we put everything in there. But all these HVACs we're putting in today are going to need to be replaced 20 years from now, 25. So you've got to build in a replacement cycle on top of all the things we've fallen behind on to get a real CIP plan for long-term. So you can pass this on to the next board, and I can pass it on to the next CFO and say, we got a long-term plan because we know these things are going to break in the future, and this is what needs to happen long-term. So there's a lot, the replacement cycle, we've got a lot of work to do on that, but the deferred maintenance that's on there right now from the facility study, we can pick up right now and say, let's start prioritizing and how imminent is some of the failures on some of this equipment and what's the most critical. Hear from the community, but hear from staff also on what the condition of some of this stuff. Mr. Holbrook's been out looking at roofs and at some of the facilities, and he can tell you, he's walking in some and going, I don't know how this thing's still standing. So some of it will shut down a school, and we just need to be forthright on that. So a work session would be fine. I think Ms. Harrison's probably saying, Randy, bring the documents or something, but it would be the executive staff looking through that and the maintenance staff. And we do it as a team and then bring that to the board and kind of let you all prioritize that. And then we've got a CIP document. Then the heavy lifting, we got to go get funding for it. Because that's the big thing we got to do to get a lot of this fixed. We do have some, like we're setting aside of money for reversion. We're doing that. County's doing that. That will do a little bit, but not the bulk of it. So.
And I know in my tenure here, there have been a lot of reports and presented to us as to cost estimates and evaluations of projects that need to be done. Of course, 10 years of emails is almost impossible to go through to get those. If we still have the studies anywhere,
we have
could we pull those up and look at them and kind of halfway at least figure out an inflation rate so the numbers are close to target?
Yes, ma'am. I am just thrilled with this level of conversation for the board. This is absolutely a terrific idea that we pull out the CIP in a work session. Just want to remind the board and the public, everything we're discussing about the CIP has been online for a year. It's right on our webpage. You can see the 10-year look forward, and in each year, there's very specific information to your question about costs and what would this involve. It's all laid out in the CIP. It's a publication of need. The information that's in it draws from a 2016 elementary school study that the board in 2016 commissioned. It was revisited in 2019. That's 70% of all the dollars that you'll see referenced. Last year's board asked for a study on the auditoriums. That was incorporated. Last year's board asked for a study on the awnings. That was incorporated. And then what our professional staff did was they, gosh, in an ideal world, we'd do it all next year. To do it all next year is well over $100 million in dated dollars. I don't know, as we do studies about what do things cost today with the inflationary factor, it's a very big number. So what we did as a staff was we just tried to look ahead and see, well, if we did $12 to $15 million every year over 10 years, we could accomplish all of our needs. It will take debt service. It will take funds from the school board redirecting from the operating fund to the maintenance fund. It will take the support of the Board of Supervisors and local community. It'll take state funds, which are coming. It'll take federal dollars. It'll take a variety of resources that we all need to advocate for together. But understanding those needs and having this level of conversation in a work session is a terrific idea. We'd be happy to do that. And also, I asked our technology staff just put up on the screen because Mrs. Hairston said, she'd like to see the document that we had available, and we weren't projecting at the time. But this is slide number 11 from what's in board docs to the public and to you, specific to the awnings here. So again, these are a year old, so they'll be higher, but option 1 was just north of $1 million. Option 2 was $1.5 million, and option 3 is almost $3 million.
And of course, we have to double that because we need to take care of here and Stanton River.
And they're very similar costs, and they're also in this same report. So just so I have direction, Madam Chair, we've talked about a couple things, which is great. We've talked about specifically the awnings, which led this item being on the agenda tonight. And we've talked about the CIP in its very broad sense and having a work session. So as Mr. Hagler and I are working with the Budget and Finance Committee and with the Facilities Committee, do you want to provide some direction about awnings and use all of our available cash that we have and prioritize that over any and all other projects? Or do you want to table this until we can have a work session and we can look at the big picture and make some decisions together about where we want to place things in each of the 10 years?
I think out of fairness to everyone, I think, of course, my heart of hearts wants these awnings number 1. But I think out of fairness, we need to actually sit down together as a board, make sure everyone is on the same page, and make sure that that is the number 1 priority. I mean, in my heart, I know it is. But we also need to look at it objectively.
And I would just add, by taking that time will not impact, because I don't believe there's a way to get these awnings done this summer.
No, it wouldn't be.
So
It
we've
wouldn't
got
be.
time to get the bid, so if that's the number 1, we got time for you to do that and still move forward if that's the number 1 project.
And
that
we
need to
can
move forward.
vote to move forward now, but that isn't going to make
We wouldn't have the-
isn't going to make the money magically appear.
The bid documents wouldn't go out to October or November anyway.
Right. So I don't know if everyone has access to their calendar. Knowing what's coming up, I would like to do something the week of February the 20th or the week of the 27th, which will lead you into the first couple of days of March. But I would like to do something before our next meeting.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
I am not available at all the week of the 20th.
Okay. So that's going to put us at the 27th, or the week of the 27th through March 3rd. Does anyone have any conflicts with those? Okay, the whole week?
Yeah, from the 24th of February till like the end of the first week of March. I'm traveling for work.
Till the first week of March.
So, Madam Chair, I really appreciate your enthusiasm. Can I offer to have staff poll the board members and look at calendars and come up with some suggested dates?
Yeah, that's fine.
We have, other than board meetings, we have staff of the year, teacher of the year. We have
That's right.
many things
Yeah.
coming up in the calendar. So
Okay.
we'll get with each of you individually through the board clerk, and we'll try to find the magic sweet spot for a
Okay, if we
special
can't,
call
but if we can get it before our next meeting, let's try to make that work.
The other thing I'd offer is if you want to, in the published budget work sessions, we can add a CIP discussion to the budget work session as well. We can do both.
I have a feeling this one is going to go so long, but our budget work sessions usually don't go very long.
The other thing, Madam Chairman, might be, could we start earlier on one meeting, a school board meeting, maybe not pack our agenda so much and use that time?
This wasn't a packed agenda, and we're still here at 9:30.
I know, I'm just saying.
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying.
So you can't rely on that.
But we've
too
been
much.
better than this in the past few months, so this is kind of unusual for us.
Yeah, you were for Marcus when I was out. Thanks.
Okay, so we just need to get Marcus here and we need to go on vacation, is that it? Okay.
So, well, Ms. Johnson, you'll get in touch with us and try to figure out something? Because you're magic like that. So now we get to move on to policy updates.
Yes, ma'am. So tonight we have 7 policies that we're bringing forward to the board for information. These policies were reviewed by the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee at their meeting on January the 17th. They include those listed on the screen. I'll just give a quick summary for the public's benefit. And again, the detailed red line version are available on the link on our published agenda. The IGA committee is recommending policy EEAC, School Bus Safety Program, with some updates to legal and cross references, as well as legal and cross references to GBI gifts to employees, as well as GBM professional staff grievances. Regarding policy GCPB, resignation of professional staff members, the policy is being recommended to be updated to reflect changes in state code for the timeline that a teacher may resign during any school year upon the approval of the superintendent. Policy IGBB, programs for gifted students, is being recommended to be updated to include language for opportunities for public review of our gifted plans, notification to and consent by parents and guardians for students to be tested and/or provided gifted services, and an annual review of program effectiveness by the local advisory committee. That's all new language to the policy. Policy JJAF, student athlete sudden cardiac arrest, is a new proposed policy reflecting state law regarding the identification, communication, and treatment of symptoms that may lead to sudden cardiac arrest in our student athletes. And policy JJAG, student athlete heat-related illness, is also a new policy reflecting state law and guidelines from the Virginia Department of Education regarding the identification, communication, and treatment of symptoms that may lead to heat-related illness in student athletes. Again, these 7 policies are for information, for the board's review, and receive any public comment between now and the next meeting, at which time we'll ask you to take action.
Yes, Ms. Harrison.
Dr. Bergen, policy GBI, help me, perhaps maybe I'm misinterpreting or not reading it correctly, but are we stating here that parents are not allowed or denied an opportunity to show gratitude to a teacher by giving them a gift? Are we denying that?
So I'm reading from it's available to you. The committee is not striking any language. What you're referencing is existing language which says no employee shall accept personal gratuities, gifts, or fees that could reasonably be assumed to impair professional judgment, nor offer anything of value to obtain special advantage from any individual organization. So in answer to your question, no, teachers love a gift of appreciation as long as it's not quid pro quo. There's nothing expected in return other than an individual expressing their gratitude.
Just wanted to be clear. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Okay. Then let's see, we've already had dinner.
What about a snack?
Let's move on down to, we're at 9, additional action items. Does anything need to be said about this, or we just go ahead for the vote?
Mr. Hagler, is any information that the board needs before they're asked to take action?
I would just say, just an added comment because of the news that came out of Richmond in regards to sales tax. Our sales tax is still higher. There will be a hold harmless either in the House or Senate version. They're structured a little bit differently. So I am doing a supplemental appropriation that has sales tax included, but I didn't even capture the full amount, about half of it. So even if we weren't held harmless, these numbers would still be good. So I just wanted to add that because that might have been a question on the board based upon the error from DOE on their calculation sheets.
Thank you, Mr. Hagler. Do I have a motion on the approval of supplemental appropriations and reappropriation?
Chairman, do we have to do each one individually, or can it be done collectively?
Can we do it collectively, Mr. Hagler, or do we have to do it individually?
Be done collectively. And Madam Chairman, I make a motion that we go ahead and accept the approval of supplemental appropriations presented by Mr. Hagler.
I have a motion by Dr. Mealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
I heard Mr. Nelms, actually. No offense, Mr. Holbrook. Any discussion? I'll call for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 10, Superintendent's Report. Dr. Bergen.
Yes, ma'am. Well, leading off, I would just like to remind everyone that the month of February, in addition to all the other celebrations you're aware of, please also be aware it's a month that we're celebrating the achievements, contributions, and impact of our CTE programs. These are programs that help prepare our students for high-skilled, high-wage, and in-demand careers, and we are committed to career readiness as we are to college readiness. So I thought it was appropriate that we lead off with these students here on the screen. We'd like to offer our congratulations to these seniors who are in the Susie Gibson Science and Technology Center's Building and Construction program. Each of these individuals passed their Skills USA Proficiency Carpentry Assessment. So congratulations to you, Alex, Dominic, Nathaniel, Nicholas, Ethan, Shane, and Tanner. Next, the Jefferson Forest High School's Addison Palmer placed first in the senior division in the Preservation Virginia's State Historic Places Art Contest, competing with many other submissions from schools from across the Commonwealth. The art contest asked students to create a visual representation of a historic structure or place from their community that they think is important for the local identity. The winner's work will be published in a digital gallery on the Preservation Virginia website and will receive membership to the Preservation Virginia as well as a monetary gift. Congratulations, Addison, and we can definitely see why your piece of art took first place. Congratulations to JF High School senior Elise Brady. Elise won 3 Gold Key Awards at the 2023 Scholastic Art U.S. Region At-Large East Competition. Gold Keys are the highest awards given at the Scholastic Art Region level competition. Elise's artwork will now move on to the national competition in New York City, where it will compete for gold and silver medals, including other special achievement awards and scholarships, and we'll be happy to share the results after they are announced on March 22nd. Next, you might have seen in the local press a bit about the Bedford One program. One ONE is an acronym for Offering New Experiences. This is a partnership between the school division with CVCC, the Bedford Office of Economic Development, the Economic Development Authority, and of course, local business partners throughout the community, meant to expose students to career opportunities in and around our county. Recently, 31 of our high school students, some of them pictured here, signed up for the Bedford One Emergency Services Tour, which included visits to Fire and Rescue and the Sheriff's Office. At Fire and Rescue, staff demonstrated how to pack wounds and apply tourniquets. and they explained intubation and demonstrated how to clear airways. They then went on to visit at the sheriff's office, where Sheriff Miller personally led the discussion, followed by presentations by multiple deputies and supervisors. However, I hear it was the canine officers, Hoover and Jenga, who definitely stole the show. High school juniors and seniors who are interested in signing up for any future Bedford One tour should speak with their career coach or their school counselor. Next, congratulations to Shauna Sanders. Shauna is Bedford Elementary School's STEM resource teacher, and she was recently awarded a $400 classroom grant from Alpha Delta Kappa International Teachers Society. She's a member of the Virginia Beta Pi chapter and serves as her chapter's recording secretary, and her $400 grant was used to purchase 4 iRobot Root robots. These robots will enable the students at the school to learn to code and program a robot with commands and review skills learned in the classroom. This is the first year that Bedford Elementary School has implemented a STEM class that all students participate in weekly. Students are being educated on STEM through learning activities in order to instill a passion that might guide them into STEM-related fields in the future. Thank you, Shauna, for applying and receiving that money and sharing your love with our students. Next, in partnership with the Bedford Area Educational Foundation, we're just so pleased to continue to lift up 2 of our staff members through the Bedford's Best program. This program allows us an opportunity to recognize unsung heroes who go above and beyond and make a difference in people's lives every day. So pictured here on the screen, congratulations to our January Bedford's Best recognition recipients. They were Stanton River High School's Shannon Thomas and Boonesboro Elementary School's Christine Rickert. I had the pleasure of visiting both of their schools and presenting them with a gift of appreciation for all they do. As a reminder, anyone who is in the room or listening to this presentation, if you know someone who goes above and beyond, any staff member, any teacher, any administrator, and you would like to recognize them, just visit our website and click on the Bedford's Best link, which is under District News. This past Monday, the National D-Day Memorial hosted a one-day mini camp for any 3rd, 4th, and 5th grader, while our schools were closed for students and our teachers were continuing with their professional development. During the 6-hour-long camp, students learned about World War II and D-Day through activities, games, and lessons in a very fun and interactive environment. As always, we're just so proud that we are, this community, the host of the National D-Day Memorial right here in our backyard, and opportunities like this to help our students learn about the service and sacrifices of the Bedford boys and all those who served in World War II. Governor Youngkin has proclaimed the week of January 15 to 21 as Virginia School Principal Appreciation Week, and we proudly recognize all of our BCPS school principals for their outstanding performance through leadership and hard work, which of course are essential to the success of our schools. I know the board and the community join me in thanking our principals for all their support of our teachers, our students, and our parents. This week is National School Counseling Week. This year's theme is School Counselors Helping Students Dream Big. School counselors help our students to succeed in school, apply interpersonal skills, and plan their next steps in life after high school. The combination of their training and experience makes them a unique and integral part of our schools, and we so greatly appreciate all that they do to help support our students, staff, and parents. And as noted earlier, Virginia also recognizes the month of February as School Board Appreciation Month, so board members, thank you for your ongoing commitment to our students, staff, and families here in Bedford County. At your seats earlier tonight, you received certificates of appreciation. And I would like to personally thank you for your leadership of the school division, and I would ask our community members, if they've not done so already, to please reach out to you and offer their own gratitude for your leadership, as Mr. T. Fox has done with his students with these coffee grinders. Pretty cool. You are appreciated. And finally, 3 things you need to know for this month. The Bedford Boys Tribute Center is hosting a Welcome Home Parade this Saturday, February 11th at 11 a.m. for Alpha Company 116th Infantry Brigade Combat Team, who have just returned from a 1-year deployment in the Horn of Africa. This is the same company that our Bedford boys were a part of for the landing on Omaha Beach. Our elementary and middle school students have made banners that are going to be displayed at the Bedford Armory welcoming home, at the Bedford Armory to welcome home our troops. We also have student groups who have made floats, and students will be helping to pass out American flags for children and others who are gathered along the parade route on the curbsides. The parade will begin at Liberty Station and end at the courthouse. Again, it's this Saturday, beginning at 11 a.m., and I am so excited. This is the first parade that I'm actually a participant in, so I will be on a floater in a car. I've been practicing my wave. So I do hope that you will be able to come and join and cheer on the troops. And board members, you all have been invited to come back to the gathering place for lunch and personally greet the troops. If you've not already reached out, please do so to Mrs. Johnson. Secondly, the annual Bedford County Spelling Bee is going to take place. It's right here, isn't it, Karen? This room? Yeah, right here tomorrow in Liberty High School at 9 a.m. You're welcome to join me and the rest of our central leadership team, along with the principals of our elementary school students and, of course, the parents of those participants. They get so nervous, so boys and girls, get a good night's sleep. Best of luck. You're going to do great, and we look forward to meeting you in this room tomorrow. And then finally, congratulations again to all of our Teachers of the Year. A banquet, an in-person banquet, will be held this year for our Teachers of the Year. That will occur on March the 2nd. Bedford County is certainly blessed to have so many wonderful teachers, and we look forward to celebrating and recognizing those teachers again. Madam Chair, that concludes my superintendent remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Burrow. Okay, committee reports. Ms. Harrison, we get to skip you for facilities, but you have Laurel School, correct?
Do, and we met, let me see if I can find those notes to the Laurel School. We met on February the 1st, and Dr. Lewis, who's the director, provided the board with updates on the enrollment numbers, and they currently have 39 students. We have one student there, and our student from Bedford County will be graduating this year. She also shared that their budget draft for 23-24 with a focus on increasing their technology software and also, of course, salaries. The Laurel School is in need of a van, and so we talked a little bit about ways in which Dr. Lewis could go about maybe obtaining a van for the students to go on their field trips. And so she's going to explore some of those options that were shared with her and get back to the board. Students from the SOAR program, which is a behavioral program, led us in saying the Pledge of Allegiance, which was just so adorable listening to those children. And then they presented each board member with a gift in honor and appreciation of the School Board Appreciation Month. And of course, our next board meeting at the Laurel School will be on April the 5th. That's all that I have.
Dr. Mealy?
Yes, I have information from the Governor's School. The first thing I want to just apprise this board is that tuition is going to be raised $285 next year, starting with this year, and then another $250 the following year to meet the costs involved in keeping that school at the level that it is. So we just need to be prepared that it's going to cost a little bit more money to send our students there. I do want to say that they have had a review from the state, and one of the things that the state that was recommended by the VDOE was exploring outreach opportunities for underrepresented K through 8 students. We've talked about this several times at the Governor's School, and what we're seeing is a decrease in minority groups who are in the school. So what what each member has been asked to do, each board member, is to come back to our respective divisions and to at least have some discussion regarding how we could improve that. And I think that the Roanoke Valley Governor's School Board was very adamant in the fact that they did not want people to apply just because of their ethnicity. Because you apply doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be selected. They want to be very committed to a fair process, but they also want to ensure that all groups are being represented to the best of our ability. And I think we talked about this, I know I did here once, that we need to really be working more to have kids in the pipeline coming up from elementary school, and maybe recognizing or looking a little bit deeper for students who may be candidates for this. But that was one of the notations noted by the VDOE, that they would really, they expressed a suggestion that we really look into that and see if we can't have a full range of qualified students. I also had the opportunity on Saturday to attend the science forum that they had there, and let me tell you what, it was great. They had projects that were just amazing, all of them. But I always asked the students that I visited to say, okay, and this is great, you've done a great job on this project, so what? Where do you go from here? What is the future application for this? How can we scale this upwards? And some of them had some really great ideas about how to do that, and I want to share just a couple. And others said, Dr. Mealy, it was just fun. I just wanted to do it because it was really fun. I was really interested in it. And one of them was a young man who had built an airplane. And so we, being a pilot, we had a really great discussion about, how he could make that plane a little bit better. So he was great. There was another one that had a dog door, that you can have in your house so the pet can go outside. Well, a lot of people don't want that because why? Rodents come in, perhaps even a skinny human can get in. So people don't want it. So he and his partner worked on that kind of door with a pet facial recognition. And I thought, that is a Shark Tank idea, Get that cost down and go to Shark Tank. They had people who were working with cancer cells and colon cancer cells and testing blue light to see if that would help reduce the cancer cells. They had a young lady there who had studied the fact that there were so many third world countries where the students weren't getting enough beta carotene and their eyesight was not as good. So she and her partners worked on how can we get that into third world countries, and ended up with a project that I hope will go farther by experimenting with different yeasts in bread, because certainly we can send flour and yeast and everything to countries. This would be an easy way to do it. So I was just amazed at some of the things they thought of and their real-world applications to them. I also want to say that Benjamin Blevins from Stanton River High School and Emily Kaiser from Stanton River High School scored second place in the cellular and molecular biology place, and this was the title: Analyzing the Difference in Structure of Pre-Eclamptic and Neuromotive-Tensive Placental Blood Vessels. I mean, amazing work that they do. So I just can't say enough about that whole project. There was chemistry, there was aerodynamics, there was biology, engineering, mechanics. Another project I saw were groups of kids two groups of children who worked on a motorized cup so that people who don't have mobility for their arms could get a drink. So think of how many times you've been in a hospital and somebody who can't reach for it is asking for a cup of water, or maybe someone who just doesn't have mobility in their arms yet. This little experiment that they did, they built a robotic arm that could help people drink from a cup. So just, it was truly amazing. I walked out saying somebody has the cure for cancer or Alzheimer's or something locked up in their head in there, and hopefully they can get it out one day. But really great event that on Saturday. Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Holbrook?
pretty much covered everything, the facilities.
Mr. Nelms?
Only thing I have is a CT committee. Dr. Bergen took my spot in January. I had a conflicting meeting, but is there any notes or anything that?
We are focused as a committee at making sure that as we move forward with workforce development, that a lot of conversation, Mr. Nelms, was around making sure there's opportunities for students to learn about careers that are available to them through job shadowing and then internships and apprenticeships. And so the Bedford one is a good launch, and we want to build on that. So that was a lot of our conversation. Dr. Trosper, anything more to add generally that you can recall, or Dr. Woodford, from the work of that committee? No, but we appreciate the partnership. There are, it's not just a school division level committee. There are members from workforce development in the region, the town of Bedford, the county of Bedford, and local employers. So we missed you. We look forward to having you at the next meeting.
And our next meeting is February 16th.
Okay, perfect.
I was out of town for the last SEAC meeting. I know that we have another one February 23rd. The show is on the road. We've been moving it around. Forest Presbyterian Church, that's at 5:45 p.m. And IGA, we meet on the 21st, and we will report that at the next meeting.
Yep. So we'll start now with you.
Start with the long-winded guy. Okay. Well, Dr. Bergen, you stole what I was going to say about the Welcome Home Parade.
Say it
So
again.
I will be there. So just to reiterate, that is going to be this Saturday, the 11th, at 11 a.m. It should be a pretty good time and probably have a lot of smiles. So it'd be great to see a lot of folks out there. Hopefully the weather cooperates with us. A gentleman spoke today about the playground at Bedford Primary, and I had gotten several emails about that as well. There are safety issues there. That's why a lot of the equipment is going to be removed. Some climbing walls by swings will be removed, 2 animal rockers, a yellow climbing gym, and a large metal slide. And again, as he had said tonight, there's no plan to replace these items. We've had some talk about playgrounds with the SEAC committee, and I'm pretty sure, I'm not exactly sure, I need some clarification on if this falls under our purview or if it's the purview of each PTA. We're just trying to figure that out. But that being said, as a community, how can we step up to help? You know, that's been an ongoing, I think, point of concern from the community is how can we all step up to help? You know, kids deserve to go outside and play in a safe environment. It's great stress relief, gives them a chance to use their imaginations and get to know their classmates and to get out some built-up energy. We know, especially the younger kids, I don't know where they get all the energy from. I wish we could get it at some point, but they certainly have a lot of it. But it's an unfortunate and rare sight nowadays to see kids outside playing. So any opportunity that our kids can get to be outside, I think, is important. So I'm just throwing it out there, seeing what we can do to step up and figure out what items were being, removed, what replacement costs would be, and at least the community knows, and we can see if we can get some folks to step up with that. And again, I'm going to rehash a lot of stuff that we've all talked about tonight. So I think that the community knows how important this stuff is to us. But, Liberty High School has been a major topic, and with redistricting and with facilities. And that's because this deserves our attention. We heard from the parents in the special, not just in the special meeting last month, but I think we've all heard from parents over the last couple months and years. Some parents have expressed rightful concerns about the facilities. They've also expressed concerns about behavior. And I think that's throughout a lot of our schools. Some people simply hear rumors and they don't know that all that's true. And again, I think that again can happen in a lot of our schools. But we hear these things and people have concerns about what, redistricting would mean to their family if it doesn't happen now or in the future. But I think that people have a perception of some of our schools, and the question has to be asked, is perception reality? We get complaints from time to time about bullying, and again, I'm pretty sure this happens everywhere. I don't want to speak for the board, but I'm pretty sure I know where everyone stands, that we take parents' concerns very seriously when it comes to this. We do a good job, I think, of looking at our policies and consistently looking at our policies to say, where can this stuff be prevented? and that when poor behavior happens, it needs to be addressed and corrected so that we can provide a safe environment for our kids to learn. We need to be tough, but we need to be fair in all these situations. I know Principal Tucker pretty well. I've been to a lot of games. I've been on this campus a lot, and I get to see a lot of the team here at Liberty High School. I think they're doing a great job of lifting people up and trying to change the culture. And I think they've made a lot of progress here in a short period of time. And the teachers and staff here need to be commended for the job that they are doing. I heard a quote the other day from Simon Sinek, who's it's like a motivational speaker. He talks to a lot of companies about what they can do better and self-reflecting and how do you improve. And his quote said, "If you get the environment right, then you'll get the right behavior." And when it comes to bullying and behavior and things like that, it's a big hot topic nowadays. I think more than maybe when I was in high school. It needs to be a team effort. You know, I advocate a lot for parental rights, but with that also comes parental responsibility. If parents get a notice that there's an issue with their child, I expect that they take it seriously and will help pull their child along. They would not want the shoe to be on the other foot. Kids want and need consistency, and they need to be held to the same high standards. If we don't do that, we can't be mad when our kids don't succeed. That's on us. We need to create and foster the environment. We need to praise them when they do well, and we need to hold them accountable when they make poor decisions. As far as the facilities, we spoke a lot at length, and we've talked to the kids here at Liberty and at Stanton River. And again, I've said this before in meetings, they say they prefer not to be rained on, they'd like better lighting, and they'd like some new paint. I'm glad to hear we're moving forward with some of these, and we've moved some of these priorities up. I'm glad that we're going to have this work session and really hone in on what our priorities really are. We've heard a lot about them, again, over the last couple months, and we heard a lot about it tonight. In the past, we've talked about needs and wants. This here with Liberty and Stanton River, this is both. The stuff needs to be done immediately, and we need a good fix that's not throwing good money after bad. You know, in my business, sometimes we have struggling stores. Before we dump money into marketing to try to bring more customers in, we first look internally. You know, everyone benefits from self-reflection and asking, how can we be better? We look at our operations, we look at store cleanliness, we look at our equipment, our training programs, our personnel. We look at everything internally first. Once we get that right, only then we spend marketing money to try to drive in more customers and try to drive our sales. Otherwise, what we do is we ask them to come and not into what's not the right environment, they don't get the right product, and they get an underwhelming experience. So where am I going with this? This is the approach that we need to take with our schools. We need to make sure our operations are right. We need to focus on our options for students, which we've heard about today. We need to focus on driving results, which we've heard about today. We need to hold people accountable on all ends, and from that, etc. Can we do extra work to make Liberty a magnet school? I know that we've talked about that. What obstacles do we have to overcome that to make that happen? And then, of course, we need to get our facilities right, which we are working on. Once we remove that, once we remove any stigma, then we can market our schools, and more people will want to bring their kids here. Dr. Bergen does a great job of sharing victories and positive things about Liberty High School and all the schools, but I think we need more. We have a forum here, and us and the community need to keep doing all that we can to pump up all the good things about Liberty High School. We need to pump up the boosters and the PTA, and we need to rally around each other. If the good news outweighs the bad, then when a redistricting could happen, people will not have any stigma about Liberty. Again, I think this is what this school deserves. Again, perception is not reality, but we still have work to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. Mr. Nims?
I don't really have a lot to say tonight, honestly. Mr. Hagler, I do want to kind of ask you a question. It was brought to my attention about some COVID funds that we had possibly been sitting on. Can you kind of just explain to me exactly where that figure came from and if it's even, valid?
I'll give you where we are right now with the COVID funds. We've got a little bit of ESSER 2 remaining. Most of that will be exhausted. Actually, we've already spent it all from the HVAC projects this past summer. ESSER 3 we've been spending down. We have about $5 million remaining. A lot of that's going to be spent down for TJ and Goodview. We've set aside for the instructional department, not specifically, and saying for learning loss and making sure we have money, because we can go up until next year. So we set aside about $600,000 this year and $600,000 next year for anything we see that are learning loss to help with our numbers and our scores. And so Dr. Woodford can redirect those as needed wherever we see the problems there. So really all the funds for the ESSER are pretty much committed. Vast majority of those, there was an HVAC COVID money, that all went for HVAC, a lot of the ESSER 2 and ESSER 3, but quite a bit of it went for learning loss and also the recovery effort during the 2 years of shutdown and getting back up and running. So all those funds are, on the most part, just committed and just about spent.
Thank you, sir. So to reiterate, we're not sitting on $13 million.
Board's given us direction to move forward with TJ and Goodview, and so those are committed. They're out for bid, and hopefully they'll get done this summer. So those funds are there until we can get reimbursement and the expenditures start happening. So just pray all those supplies come in a little bit better than they did last summer, and we're up and running for the first day of school next year. Yep.
Sir, it's been a pretty rough week for people. I just want to say a few little words. Before you judge a man, we must first walk a mile in his shoes. A lot of people continue to throw stones at most of us up here who just don't like us for some odd reason. Nobody really knows why, but that's okay, because what we do is with those stones, we pick them up and we collect them and we try to make this the best school system in Virginia. So that's what we're going to do with it. We're going to continue to strive to do the best we can and basically do the best we can for the parents, students, teachers, staff, everybody in Bedford County.
Okay.
Yep.
Ms. Tolbert?
I just want to say we hear you loud and clear. The facilities are in shambles, and we're going to work it out at this next work session and get the ball rolling. And good night.
Dr. Mealy?
Yes, I just always want to go back to thanking teachers and staff and students, and especially our principals, for principal recognition for all that they do. I also want to piggyback on some of Mr. Daniels' comments this evening, just saying that we need to be looking inward. That's the only way you do change things, and that's when you do that, you develop a positive, not only climate, but a positive culture that we can look inward. We can see the mistakes we make or how we can improve, and it's not teacher bashing. I think we owe our teachers, our students, our parents, and our community a deeper understanding of student performance, and I'm glad that we're going to have that to be able to share with you. I want to say absolutely thank you for this little coffee grinder. It's like too adorable. So thank you, Mr. Fox and his class. That's just absolutely wonderful. I also want to, I know we already did, but Diane, thank you so much for everything that you do. I didn't email you, but I did read the minutes. Sorry, they were fine. But you have been more than a clerk, at least to me, a friend, so thank you for that. I also want to talk about Liberty and Stanton River, and I'm going to just repeat a lot of what has already been said. But we do need to address this, and it has to be, in my opinion, something that's going to last. It can't be a Band-Aid anymore. These students, this community, and Stanton River students in that community deserve a better facility. So I think we have to do whatever we need to do to try our best to make that happen. I don't know about the rest of the board. I know that they have removed equipment at Bedford Primary, but I am concerned about the fact that there is no fencing. These are little babies out there. And I just wonder if the board would be interested, Madam Chairman, in at least looking into the cost of some fencing. We can at least start there. I think that would help with making a safer space for these children. I mean, again, they are babies out there. They're not older kids who's, even elementary school, sometimes they act in an unsafe manner, but the little babies, they, I would just really like to know if we could possibly at least look into a cost.
we're gonna have the CIP. We're gonna have the CIP work session come up, so.
Can we, but is it possible to get a
Uh,
cost on that so we
Could we,
could
could
put
we
that
just get a
in?
call in somewhere to get an estimate without having to pay for an estimate?
We can estimate that without billing anybody on that.
Okay, thank
I
you.
think our staff can do that, yes.
We could have that for the CIP meeting. I think it would be helpful. I too have heard a lot about bullying going on in the schools, and I just want to remind parents that there is a difference between socially inappropriate behavior and bullying, and that's all laid out in our Code of Student Conduct. So I think everyone needs to just refresh on the true meaning of bullying. Because I tell someone, I make a comment about them physically, that is not bullying. It's unkind, it's socially inappropriate, we certainly will address that, but that's not bullying. Bullying is a repeated pattern of behavior toward one person. And I'm not saying that isn't occurring. I think there are instances where true bullying is occurring, and parents have indicated to me time and time again they don't know what to do about that. There is a form, unless it's been changed, but there is a form in the Code of Conduct that you can fill out and turn in to your principal or anybody in the front office, and they should be required to investigate that. So if you don't know what else to do, go to the Code of Conduct, look for that form, and print it off, fill it in, and take it to your school. I hope that might help. I have a question for Dr. Bergen, too. The Virginia Literacy Act is going to be implemented in 24-25, so where are we with regard to that? Specifically, I'm looking for, is there any sort of timeline? Because I think it's K3, if I read it correctly, or K2, students who fail to meet the benchmark are going to be required to have an individualized reading plan. So I know teachers are probably going to need to be have professional development with regard to that, and they talk about a division-wide literacy plan, so I don't know if that's going to fall back on the CSEP plans, or where are we with regard to that, so that we're ready in 24-25.
Yeah, I'm, as you are too, really thrilled with the emphasis out of Richmond and in the governor's proposed budget and in the House and Senate. The amount of state resources are going towards the science of reading and ensuring that we have the resources, including materials and personnel, for early literacy all the way through into high school. So, Karen, did we just provide an update on where we are with the first round of review? Was that in a Wednesday memo?
That was in a Wednesday memo,
repeating
just
some
where we're at with the phases of review of content.
Yeah, so one of the big things, we talked a lot about this last year as a board, and it was very frustrating for me personally, and I suspect for you, that we didn't adopt new materials for this year. We had the money, and we had done the work. Our community, our parents, our teachers had reviewed some textbooks. We had chosen 3, and the board said, green light as long as the state approves it. Well, the state, we've been waiting and waiting. So the state just concluded phase 1 of all the publishers on the planet and has come out with a list of 6 to 8. And now they're going into phase 2 where they're going to do a deeper dive, and there's a rubric, and there's lots of, so the short version is we should know in a March, April timeframe what the approved materials will be for core instruction, and we have the money, and I'd like to get those materials ordered. That should be part of our literacy plan for next year, is having good, solid, fresh core materials. Dr. Woodford mentioned earlier, we want to go back and revisit the UVA teaching on the science of reading and high quality professional development for our teachers. We have so many new teachers who've come into the profession over the last number of years, and just teachers who could use a refresher. More funding from the state for reading specialists and reading coaches. We already have so many that are above and beyond the SOQ. It'll just be more state money to pay for what we already have in place. We'll have additional resources to put into other things. Karen, what else am I missing that is our focus towards literacy for next year?
So we actually started developing an updated literacy plan last year, and our reading specialists were being led with Dr. Eisenhower on that process. We feel like it's pretty close to what the Department of Ed is going to put out, but we will update that document and actually make it public once we get a little bit more information from the Department of Education. And in preparation for what we thought was coming, we already asked our reading specialists to make sure they had an individualized plan for any student who qualified based on PAL scores. We'll update whatever template the DOE requires, but we went ahead with that requirement because we thought it was just good best practice. So a couple of those things we've already kind of put into place in prep.
Thank you. I think that's all I have, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Mealy. Ms. Harrison?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairman. I would like to just thank everyone for just your thoughtfulness, your acknowledgement, and the goodies that we've received for School Board Appreciation Month. Thank you so very much. And to Mr. Fox, believe me, I will be using this because I am certainly a coffee drinker. And I'll get to grind my own coffee. How's that? So thank you so very much. It's an honor for me to serve as a school board member and to continue to serve my community. And I am just very happy to be a member of the school board. And I also would like to just thank my fellow board members too for all of your dedication and your hard work too as well. I want to say a thank you to our school counselors as well for their dedication and all of their hard work. I want to just really give a thank you to Mr. and Mrs. Parker, who are really the creators and restoring of the building for the Bedford Boys Tribute Center. I am just so pleased that our community is going to be hosting a welcome parade on Saturday for the Alpha Company. And I think it's just a wonderful gesture there. And thank you to all of those service individuals as well. I will be attending tomorrow. I was invited by the JF High School to attend their Black History Forum, where I will serve on their panel. I've done that a couple of times, and it's just a wonderful opportunity to just engage in discussion regarding Black History Month. And this is Black History Month, and I noticed, Dr. Bergen, that we didn't have a presentation as you did last year on Black History Month. Perhaps maybe you will look into that and maybe bring it at a later date. Let's see, I believe that's all that I have. I thank everyone for just coming out tonight as well. Thank you.
My turn. I'm going to start mine off with show and tell. In case y'all missed it, there is a wonderful article in here in the Bedford Bulletin from last week about Dr. Mealy. Great job, and thanks for showing that there are no limits as far as age and redefining things, and that's amazing. Wonderful job. And I did a Facebook post about this today, and the amount of pride and that's coming back to this school is amazing. And I went to a ball game last week, a couple weeks ago, and Mr. Satterwhite gave me a shirt that has the Liberty Fight song on it. And I can remember when I was a child coming out here with my brothers, and everybody would get so excited when the band would play that fight song, and everybody in the stands could sing it. The cheerleaders had their little routine. And when I noticed at the ball game, I noticed at the ball game, it's starting back up. And what's really cool about this shirt, I know I've been to UVA games and they sing the good old song, and if you buy the right size cup, the words to the song are inside the cup. I guess the premise says you gotta hurry up and drink your drink and go buy another one. But this, you have the words right side up so your neighbor can read them. And if you don't know them, they're upside down so you can look down and see them too. So that's kind of cool. So I want to thank you again, Mr. Satterwhite, for the shirt. I really do appreciate it, and I'm loving the enthusiasm that's coming back.
I'm putting in my monthly shameless plug for bus drivers. I was at the athletic department meeting last night, and of course, we get the notices every day that bus routes are canceled. But we're also looking at scheduling conflicts with sports and not being able to have bus drivers. So even if you could do it part-time, it would be appreciated. And if you know somebody, just contact transportation. We're willing to help you. We'll get you your CDL. Congratulations to the Stanton River High School Athletic Hall of Fame 2022 inductees. Lily Garrick, indoor-outdoor track. Bob Gray, former head football coach. Sonia Howe, basketball. Taylor Tester Overstreet, soccer. Christopher Stephen Powers for tennis. Dustin Roberts for golf. Ahmed Singbana, indoor-outdoor track. Jalinda Newman Settles for softball. Hera Wright for head girls basketball coach. And everybody knows that February is a month of Valentine's, and I want to give a special shout out or a special recognition to those that a lot of people think are behind the scenes, but they're really not. They're right smack dab there in the forefront, and that's our families. They are the ones that are put up with us when we go say we're going to make a quick trip to the store and we get back an hour and a half later because we got in conversations. They're the ones that put up with us with the late night phone calls, answering emails, getting our phones blowing up with texts. So I just want to say thank you to them. We don't give them enough notice. Of course, we had a good clap from back there. But thank you. Thank you for your love, your support, and your sacrifice. And if you got a chance on February the 13th, right the day before Valentine's Day, come out to the Minuteman basketball game against Amherst. But if you do, wear your purple or your light blue. We want to support Kaylee and Sandy Bowes, 11th and 9th graders here at Liberty, who were in a bad car accident last week along with their brother. They are wearing purple and light blue to support these two, and they'll also be collecting funds to help them with upcoming medical bills. Let's see, of course, we're recognizing School Counselor Appreciation Week. I was reading somewhere that the best summary I saw for a counselor: help students succeed in school, apply interpersonal skills, and plan futures. The combination of their training and experience makes them a unique and integral part of K-12 schools. I know right now the students are planning their schedules for next year, and my daughter texts me constantly throughout the day to let me know what her schedule is and what she's thinking. And to think a counselor has that student times a couple of hundred, God bless them. I want to give a special congratulations to Rushi Rorwich, the crossing guard we recognized a couple of years ago. But she was also recognized by VDOT as one of the top crossing guards in the Commonwealth. And it's not said enough, and when we talk about staff, and we always thank cafeteria workers, janitors, we never thank the crossing guards. When you pull out in the mornings and you see these guys out there, or ladies, people out there directing traffic, they're taking Go Play in traffic to a whole new level. I mean, the way it rushes by, and just thank you. Thank you for keeping us safe. Thank you for keeping traffic flowing. Thank you for helping us get our kids in the door on time. February 13th through the 17th is National Kindness Week. Our students have Spirit Weeks lined up in celebration of Kindness Week. So let's please join in and help them celebrate. And let's be really good about setting good role models for them to follow. And hopefully we'll get to the point where we're not just celebrating it for a week, but it will be every day. And one more time, thank you, Ms. Johnson, for everything you do. You don't know how invaluable you are. Now, with that being said, do I have a motion to adjourn? Have a motion by Mr. Nels. Boy, that didn't take long. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Holbrook. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Better not be. We're adjourned.